gonna do.
No.
I'm gonna do all the scene description that way. Suddenly, two loud gunshots bang in quick succession.
Now we're getting somewhere.
The Look of Roz, episode 6.
Somebody told me that. Did he actually do it?
It was hysterical. Somebody was moving it. It was like, he grabs her by the hair.
Stepping on my code.
She moans with ecstasy.
You are incorrect, sir.
I mean, it's
That's a
crying.
great idea.
Don't cry.
I will. I
It's
think it
gonna-
was Saturday Night Live skit. I mean, I was
Sounds about right. Sounds like it.
crying.
It's just gonna slide.
50, and the voiceover was like 50 Shades of Grey, as it was meant to be heard.
Have you ever heard him speak with his regular voice?
No.
It's just, there's a recording of him on Howard Stern's voicemail.
Yeah.
And he's just like, hey, Howard, this is it's completely go.
It's like Bobcat Goldthwait,
Yeah,
whatever his name is.
Normal
Like, be
voice.
there on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So weird. So weird.
But when he did the Iago parrot voice in Aladdin, it was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, that's
It was
exactly
perfect
how I
for
wanted
that.
that parrot to sound.
Yep.
I always loved his joke. It was really annoying to be friends with Nostradamus. Every time you tell him something, he's like, I know. I know.
I know. That's fantastic. It's really annoying being friends with Richard Thomas. Every time you tell him something, he's like, I know.
Joe, you doing chaos? Have you ever seen?
Oh, heck yeah.
Have you ever seen the Alec Baldwin sketch where he's a doctor and he keeps mispronouncing every medical condition? You have, what did he say? You have anal canker. So it's just one after another. He can't pronounce. And he does it so straight.
Just straight, yes. Anal canker.
Yes, yeah. You gotta look that one up.
My sketch team in England. Oh gosh, what was their name? Mitchell and Webb, and they were two writers that wrote a doctor show. They're like, we didn't want to get bogged down in all the medical stuff, and so it comes to them, and they're doctor. She's poorly from too much medicine.
She's poorly from too much medicine.
Too much medicine.
It's just not medicine.
You idiots! I don't need this medicine. I need the different medicine than this one.
She's poorly from too much medicine.
We didn't want to get bogged down. in
Yeah,
all the
medical
medicine.
stuff.
Another thing Alec Baldwin did that I thought was so funny.
Charles the Shop. Yeah, that's
Uh,
a big shot.
It was on 30 Rock when he was going to shoot the commercial, and they said, okay, actually, he's supposed to walk to the window, and he says, now, is it this? He's so inexperienced, and he's watched all these actors all these years.
What's wrong with you? That's exactly what happens. You're like,
Yeah, they're like, how do I, what do I do with my
What?
hands?
what do you do with my hands? Why do my hands feel this way? Is this natural? This is natural, right?
Is that how I walk?
Is this right?
Wait, how does one grab a doorknob again?
Yes, that's it.
Two hands? Is it two? Is it two?
Two hands?
My buddy loves
Just
it. My buddy loves the commercials. He's like the damn infomercials. Like you're watching. He's like, stop struggling with taking the top off chapstick. And they're like, who's struggling? Get the new chapstick top remover. It's like, who's
It's impossible.
Yeah, there's got to be a better way.
There's got to be a better way.
Do infomercials
old
usually
Mad
have Jersey
TV
accents?
Mad TV sketch where
Yeah?
it's the product
There you
is the folding rake.
The folding
Picks
what?
stuff up.
Uh-huh.
You know, you like pull the lever and
Oh, yeah.
the rake folds in half and picks stuff up. And they start going through the list of things that you can pick up. Dry grass, wet grass, dry grass, dry grass with sticks, dry grass with sticks and berries, Dry grass berry mix.
My
Bricks.
12-year-old just last week, my 12-year-old realized or was paying attention for the first time ever to a pharmaceutical ad on TV. And he's sitting there like this. He's sitting there like this. He goes, may cause diarrhea. I said, yeah. He goes, count me out for that one. And he's like,
May have itchy, watery eyes.
yeah, just sits up and goes, yeah. He's like, I would rather have whatever the reason I'm taking it for. That was all he said. He looked up and said, may cause diarrhea. No, thank you.
They say that laughter is the best medicine, except for diarrhea.
Except for diarrhea.
Right. I thought it would be funny if the voice
It is not gonna.
This is what you see is all the bad.
Oh, yes, that would be great, yes.
That would be bad.
Yeah. Dude,
I don't think he would sell this book.
no. His reaction though
Really
was like,
great
I'm
idea.
tickled. He was like, that's a side effect? It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, the side effects
may
sometimes
cause
is what
dementia
you're
and
trying to-
death. You're
When
like,
he said
what?
that, He goes, isn't that kind of what you're
What
trying
is
to
a
do?"
pneumothorax?
Yeah.
What?
What's a pneumothorax?
So,
Good luck to you.
yeah.
You might want to look it up.
What's a
So I
pneumothorax?
had
Pneumo.
And so
I don't say
deal.
that line.
had a
Not
flare
my
He
up.
deal.
does, so we're good on that.
So I had a flare up
Pneumothorax. What is it?
once, and I didn't take all the medicine. So I ended up having a flare up again about 2 weeks later.
He says we have a
But you know,
pneumothorax.
have medicine, you're like, take it, you have severe diarrhea, and then
Abnormal
stop.
collection of
Oh.
air between,
Air.
Lucky I didn't have to do that.
between
They're like,
lung
they
and
gave me
chest
medicine,
wall.
they're like, I said, how
So
long do I
there's
take
air
it?
in the
And
chest.
they're like, until you.
So
have
that's why
a
they've got to
flare
do
up.
it.
In
Not-
the air, not in the
Oh,
I was
lung.
like,
In the-
that doesn't work.
In the
because there's a
chest.
gunshot, there's air in cavities
I was like,
outside of
I'm
the lungs.
sorry.
And that's called a
They're like,
pneumothorax. And you need a chest seal
Yeah.
Like maybe you shouldn't have got shot. Maybe.
to fix it.
Maybe.
Twice a day,
Think about
every day,
think about whether you truly shot.
flush.
There's gonna be doing that.
Yeah, and I was like, that doesn't, so that's why I ended up having to flare. The second time.
Should they really have shot? And then I gotta show up and deal with it? Like,
I
what
was
am
like,
I,
I
a
can't
paramedic?
take this mess.
Yeah.
So once my foot started feeling a little bit better, I just quit taking it.
Yeah.
Then I woke
gonna
up
set
and I
this
was
down. My
ready
hands
out of town, and I can't walk. So then Amanda's like, yes, you're gonna have to do what they say.
You are financially
I'm like,
supported.
That's a terrible
Are you
prescription.
It
You
is.
take this until you absolutely ruin your day.
It's written on the thing.
Yeah, I just,
Do you take allopurinol now?
I don't, okay, because, okay, they are looking at me like it might be a one-off.
Okay. I've only had it once horribly.
Do you take the allopurinol?
Only when I'm about to eat like steak.
Okay, so for me, I have to go in and have my levels checked to make sure that my baseline stays here. Because if my baseline is naturally high, then I'm gonna have to take that all the time. Because I do have a hereditary component to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I've only taken
Most
fish
people
oil,
do have hereditary.
and I had not been taking fish oil. Fish oil prevents that inflammation.
Keep one.
So while not, they think that might have been why I had
okay.
Hereditary.
So
Okay.
in other words, we don't know. Because
Yeah.
I've had one other, like, talk about your ankle.
Yeah.
I had a flare up. I thought I hurt my ankle play baseball in college. My ankle swelled up, and it was like, they thought it was a spider bite.
Mhm.
They thought I twisted my ankle playing ball. I was like, I have not injured myself. It was great. And they finally said, it sounds like that.
Yeah.
And so they had it. So
It had X-rayed everything. Yeah.
it gets hot to the touch.
Oh yeah. And nothing can touch it.
No, she can't touch it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty
Feel.
interesting. My grandfather had it in his elbow. Of all places.
You know, if you don't treat it.
Yeah, that's what my grandfather had. Big old knot on his elbow from the inflammation.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the new development. I was trying to explain to my brother and my mom, brothers and my mom, it's the worst pain ever. It's awful.
It's really bad.
I've had my knee rebuilt. I've separated my shoulders. I've had ankle surgery, wrist surgery. Like nothing. This is the worst.
Well, I think it's because the blood flow
Yes.
pushes the
Pushes-
crystals into
Yes,
your nerves.
into your nerves.
It's not good.
It's awful.
Yeah. So I'm glad.
So I'm hoping that, so I gotta get my blood work done
And I'm hoping that it'll be low enough to where I don't have to, because they're worried because I have those flare ups so close together.
Mm-hmm.
They're worried that I'm going to need to take prophylactically
Mm-hmm.
something to keep it from happening.
Yeah. Well, I only have to take it the day of,
The day of,
and I'm
that's
good. Yeah.
Well, it is off. And red, my toe was like so red. My foot was so red.
Same distance.
The toe to me was worse than when my ankle got flared up. I don't know what it was.
I'm
And
a little
whatever
disappointed that
reason,
it's
you know,
not the same
kids do it
distance.
at night.
Yeah.
It'll flare up.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe good during the day, tolerable during the day, but at night for whatever reason.
Yeah. Could
I
be.
don't know. It was pretty damn miserable. I know that.
It was bad. Do you guys want a chair, Mac?
Oh,
Want me to
sure.
bring in a chair?
Yeah.
Cheers. I love your shoes. I had some black ones and red ones that were my favorite.
Oh, I love the color.
Yeah.
I was describing that my night after getting, finally making through the week of before Thanksgiving break. Got through all that last night. Shannon decided that would be the best night for Bo's birthday party from leftover from 2 weeks ago. And it's a slumber party all night.
You had children?
Fifth graders.
No.
They didn't sleep.
These fifth grade boys.
Yeah,
They're all
they
sitting there within, reaching distance of each other, screaming their faces off.
Yeah.
Yo, you are right next to each other.
You don't have to eat.
I don't know if you know this.
You get a chair.
Huh?
You get a chair. A couple chairs.
Are we ready to
I can
roll?
grab another.
Row?
Yes, that's what I said.
Get the fold out chairs, Chrissy. Those are hard. Let's take a walk.
I couldn't find the other one. Are they spurts somewhere else?
You can also grab this one over here.
I'm good.
If we're starting, then we're good.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
the-
good.
Another room. You have 4 of them.
I'm good.
Now you have a chair.
Okay.
Just in case.
Mm-hmm.
It might hit you like, oh my God, I need to sit down. It'll be right there, exactly.
Well, after
Alright,
my
so-
3 lines, I was gonna sit over there.
Okay.
All right, so we're now-
3 lines. I've counted.
I even had it.
Ooh, she's prepared.
Look at Innocence.com. All right. One right. Action.
The Look of Innocence, Episode 6, More Than You Can Give. Scene 26. Suddenly, 2 loud gunshots bang in quick succession. Glass shatters, followed by panicked screams. The restaurant erupts into chaos.
Sarah.
Courtney's breath catches in his throat as his body jolts into action. He throws the phone down and bolts up from the table, heart pounding in his chest. He pushes through the crowd, rushing toward him, his badge raised high in the air.
Move, FBI, get the fuck out of the way.
The once elegant dining room is now a scene of bedlam. Waitstaff and diners scramble, chairs overturned, plates crashing to the floor. Courtney's panic mounts as he... here we go. Courtney's panic mounts as he fights his way toward the restrooms, his heart beating faster and faster.
Sarah.
Courtney's voice cracks. Mine too. Courtney's voice cracks with desperation as he nears the back of the restaurant. His blood... Wow. Courtney's voice cracks with desperation as he nears the back of the restaurant. His blood runs cold when he spots Adams lying in a pool of blood near the restroom entrance, motionless.
Oh my God.
Courtney rushes to her side, dropping to his knees beside her. He lifts...
Oh my God.
Courtney rushes to her side, dropping to his knees beside her. He lifts her limp body slightly, cradling her upper half in his arms. Her once elegant dress is soaked through with blood. The vibrant red staining her pale skin makes her stomach turn.
No.
Courtney fumbles for his phone, his hand shaking as he dials FBI dispatch, the phone screen smudged with Adam's blood.
This is Special Agent Samuel Courtney. We have shots fired and an officer down at Lamano's Italian restaurant. Suspect at large. Send immediate medical care.
As Courtney holds Adams, her shallow, ragged breathing sends chills down his spine. She's still alive, but barely.
Agent Courtney, we have multiple reports of a shooting coming in. Did you see the shooter?
No.
How many are injured?
I don't know. Just send medical now.
Medical services are already on their way, Agent Courtney. They should be there short.
Courtney hangs up mid-sentence, his focus entirely on Adams. He leans over her, eyes wide with terror. Blood seeps from a bullet wound just above her dress's neckline and another wound in her stomach.
Oh no, Sarah.
Courtney's eyes dart around, desperate for anything to help stop the bleeding. He spots a server's station with a stack of white cloth napkins. Without thinking, he rushes over and grabs a handful, sprinting back to Adams. He presses the napkins against her chest wound, trying to staunch the bleeding, but the blood soaks through, turning them crimson in seconds. Adams coughs, her body shuddering as blood bubbles from her mouth, gurgling with every breath.
Sarah, look, please stay with me.
Sirens wail in the distance, growing louder, but Courtney feels time slipping away. He applies more pressure, his hands trembling as Adams' body jerks weakly beneath his touch. 2 paramedics burst into the restaurant, pushing through the chaos with a gurney. 2 medics rush to Courtney's side.
Watch out, sir.
Courtney moves out of the way. Courtney quickly steps aside, his face pale as he watches them tend to Adams. Medic 2 places a bag valve mask over her face, squeezing it to help her breathe. Blood spurts from the wound in her chest, soaking the paramedic's gloves.
We have a pneumothorax. Yeah, totally is. I'm so sorry. My bad.
Chest, say that again. We have a pneumothorax. Chest seal now.
Medic 2 swiftly hands over a chest seal. The medic rips open Adam's bloodstained dress, exposing the wound, and slaps the seal over it, trying to stabilize her breathing. Meanwhile, Medic 2 calls it in over the radio.
We have a late 20s, early 30s female with 2 gunshot wounds.
Medic 1 inserts an IV into her arm, working rapidly to stabilize her vitals.
Okay, let's get her out of here.
The paramedics lift the gurney, Adam's pale form barely hanging on. Courtney follows closely as they rush out of the restaurant, his heart hammering in his chest.
What's her name?
It's Sarah.
Medic 2 leans close to Adam's face, her voice gentle yet firm, trying to pull her back.
Sarah, can you hear me, honey?
But Adams remains unresponsive, her breathing shallow. They rush out of the restaurant toward the open ambulance, the cold night air stinging Courtney's skin as they push the gurney up to the waiting vehicle.
She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
The paramedics hoist the gurney into the ambulance, locking it into place as Courtney moves to follow. Medic 2 turns, blocking his way.
We have it from here, sir.
Courtney, not backing down, flashes his badge, eyes blazing with determination.
I'm FBI and she is a Texas Ranger. I'm getting on this ambulance.
Without waiting for a response, Courtney climbs into the vehicle, slamming the door shut behind him as the ambulance lurches into motion, sirens wailing into the night. Inside, the paramedics are working frantically, checking Adam's pulse and monitoring her vitals. The sirens outside match the racing pulse of Courtney's heart.
She's already lost a lot of blood.
And she's losing more. She may not make it to the hospital.
Courtney's mind races, his world narrowing to the sight of Adams. Her body lies limp, her skin drained of color. Only the crimson staining her dress hints at the life slipping away. In desperation, he yanks up his sleeve, revealing his arm.
Take mine.
The paramedics pause, staring at him in disbelief.
But we're the same blood type. Now take mine and give it to her.
She probably needs more than you can give.
Give her what you can.
Medic 1 hesitates, but Courtney's eyes burn with resolve. He's not asking, he's commanding.
Fine, but you better hope you are the same blood type.
In our line of work, you tend to share these things. Now take it.
Medic 1 pulls out a needle and a blood bag and inserts the needle into Courtney's arm. His blood starts flowing into the bag.
You're not just an FBI agent, are you?
What do you mean?
How do you know her?
Courtney doesn't look up, his gaze locked on Adam's pale face, his voice quiet but steady.
Let's just say I have no problem dying for her.
Medic 1 glances at Medic 2, then at Courtney.
And you are already at a pint. That's the most we can take.
Courtney's face pales, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His body is weakening, but his resolve is unshakable.
Take some more just in case.
Well, you may not have a problem dying for her, but I have a problem taking 2 dead bodies back to the hospital.
Just do it.
All right,
We're at a pint and a half.
Courtney fights to stay conscious as his body grows weaker, his vision blurring at the edges.
Just tell her I'm
His words falter as the darkness creeps in, and Courtney slumps back against the wall of the ambulance, unconscious, the needle still in his arm. The paramedics exchange worried looks as the ambulance speeds toward the hospital, their passenger's fate uncertain.
We need to do a take for Kinslow to say freaking or whatever. Get rid of it.
Oh, okay. I thought we should do that when we do the reread.
You wanna do that?
Without Joe?
Yeah, that's good.
I'll just-
Get your poo out of my
It's
way.
easier for me to edit.
Okay.
Get the fudge back.
You better freaking move
Free right now.
This is what happens when you find a stranger in the Alps. Yeah.
You better get the Frank Zappa out of my way.
That's right.
Just one thing. So you're just do it, the Nike thing. If you can do that, let's see if I can you can hear it.
Just do it.
Our lines.
So
Same right there. So I got confused. We have a.
Just do it, senor.
I just looked at the wrong. We have a.
Absolutely.
Just do it. Do it.
Do it.
Oh, sorry. Just do it.
Okay, so. So this is.
I hate it when they play that little voice.
Brow. His body is weakening, but his resolve is unshakable. Medic 2, then you are already at a place. Then. Pales bent. Courtney's face pales, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His body is weakening, but his resolve. Medic 2, then at Courtney.
you are already at a pint. That's the most we can take.
Courtney's face pales, Courtney's face pales, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His body is weakening, but his resolve is unshakable.
Take some more just in case.
Well, you may not have a problem dying for her, but I have a problem taking 2 dead bodies back to the hospital.
Just do it.
So instead of, it's like more forceful. Like you're commanding.
Just do it.
Voice number 6. Add as many as you want.
Just really let loose.
Yeah. You can suck my.
Or just shoot exasperated like at my kids, like,
Like a toddler.
go swing at it like this.
You could just like Stewart from Mad TV.
Right.
Do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
The narrator comes,
We
the
do
narrator
it.
goes in and goes, Courtney stares at him like this.
You know what I'm saying.
Eyes wide, chin poked out, like you would at a toddler if you will not use chair.
Courtney says, "Bro,
We're not putting shit.
Okay, sorry.
bro."
Nope.
So you want to do it without Joe now?
Bye.
Bye.
BB.
Bye, everybody.
I know.
Okay, everybody, ready? Bye.
Do it again.
And Steve?
Action.
Sarah. Move, FBI, get the fuck out of the way. We're gonna do that again too. Okay.
Just go.
Move, FBI, get out of the way. Sarah? Oh my God. No. This is Special Agent Samuel Courtney. We have shots fired and an officer down at Lamano's Italian restaurant. Suspect at large. Send immediate medical care.
Agent Courtney, we have multiple reports of a shooting coming in. Did you see the shooter?
No,
How many are injured?
I don't know. Just send medical now.
Medical services are already on their way, Agent Courtney. They should be there short.
Oh no, Sarah. Sarah, please stay with me.
Watch out, sir. Can you make that more like emergency like? Watch out, sir.
Yeah, do it again, even more.
Watch out, sir. We have a pneumothorax chest seal now.
We have
Sorry, you got clip on that one. That was my fault. Sorry, I did a little set too high. That was perfect. Watch out, sir. We have a pneumothorax chest seal now.
we have a late 20s, early 30s female with 2 gunshot wounds.
Okay, let's get her out of here.
What's her name?
Sarah.
Sarah, can you hear me, honey? She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
We have it from here, sir.
I'm FBI and she is a Texas Ranger. I'm getting on this ambulance.
She's already lost a lot of blood.
And she's losing more. She may not make it to the hospital.
Take mine.
What?
We are the same blood type. Now take mine and give it to her.
She probably needs more than you can give.
Give her what you can.
Fine, but you better hope you are the same blood type.
In our line of work, you tend to share these things. Okay? Now take it.
You're not just an FBI agent, are you?
What do you mean?
How do you know her?
Let's just say I have no problem dying for her.
You already had a pint. That's the most we can take.
Just take some more just in case.
Well, you may not have a problem dying for her, but I have a problem taking 2 dead bodies back to the hospital.
Just do it.
All right. You're at a pint and a half.
Just to tell her that I'm
And how long will we go on with that?
Let's grab, do the, on 1, 2, 3 when they're lifting it and have both of them do just a grunt, just to have it. As you're lifting it, you know.
Where we go from, we're losing her?
3, 2, 1 or whatever, right before you lift it.
You want me to, top of 4?
Okay, yeah. Let's start with she's unresponsive. Right?
She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
You want me to start? Yeah. She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, it just almost sounds like sex noise.
Oh, does mine? Okay. What do you think it should sound like?
Running to each other.
Oh,
I think that will work.
It could be a little bit more of an exhale if you want it.
I think, yeah, if you do it right after the line.
I can find something really heavy.
Because you try to come right before you just start talking, so.
She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't know.
You know, you're breaking through a barrier that has never been broken through. She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
If maybe make it more of like an exhale from the nose, would that be better?
Let's try it.
You want me to try? We're trying this one more time.
No, I need some direction. I don't know.
I mean, it's just,
yeah.
maybe do it a little longer. Maybe hold out the gun a little bit longer. Like, I mean, that's what it is, though. You're right. It's like, it is a very minor thing, but maybe it's a little bit longer.
Okay.
Because you're picking up the thing and you're having to collapse the legs, right?
Okay,
So.
So we need to do more noises.
2, 3.
All right, we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to do like a little more nosy exhale, less guttural.
That's it, get through the mic, so that helped, but.
All right, and speak.
Gotcha.
She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, and let's do one more, and Matt, just exhale. Like that.
Just do an exhale.
But not straight in the mic. Like make sure
Yeah.
the breath goes over it.
His right.
Not like a Pepsi can. Like, make sure.
Are we ready? She's unresponsive.
We're losing her. Let's get her in fast. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that was good.
We did it.
Beautiful. You can put that on your resume now. Professional exhaler. I've grunted professionally. Yeah.
Say that as if it's not already on my resume.
Special skills.
Did you not read it?
I know, I should have known that.
Is it mine?
Grunted.
It's you grunting. All right, there we go.
That was me purring.
Oh, okay.
You look so uncomfortable.
Let's see. What's in this?
26.
26.
Isn't it?
Deep breath. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
I've moved so much furniture, and I just could not recall it.
What does that sound like when I'm moving something heavy?
It's not me, is it?
And what's funny is we moved furniture together, so we
Should
should
make
be
sure
able to do.
everybody's mics are plugged in. Since everybody's tight.
It's all good. Hello. when your voice gets like coming through and then all of a
Right.
sudden.
Each of them.
You see, I looked at the camera. It's like,
That's 27 people per household.
That's so funny. I'm gonna use the other side of this.
Christmas is gonna rock.
And I want to give
That's
them
so
money
good.
bumps.
You're all getting 2 nickels apiece. One of them is
Gotta
shiny.
get into
The
really
other
weird
one is
niche
not.
crafts.
Yeah, if there's a lesson, you gotta figure out
There's
the
a lesson in there, but I'm
Yeah.
too tired to tell you what it
Yeah,
is.
because I had
Write a
five
lesson.
kids.
Also write a lesson for yourself.
Check over here too. Okay. All right. Let's go check our levels. All right, Joe, if you want to go. Oh, Joe. Yeah.
Luke and Scarlett. Luke and Scarlett sit quietly in Luke's car, parked in a short distance from the Dallas branch of TransSafe, an armored truck company. Their disguises are really good.
And Jane?
Truck 47, your next stop is Carter's Discount Jewelry on Dallas Parkway. Can I help you, miss?
Okay. That come through? Kristen?
Yeah, I mean, the mics, the front two mics aren't picking up as you, so here.
It's not picking up at all?
Well, I mean, you can hear them just in general, but not when I put them on the front two mics.
Okay. Maddie?
testing 1, 2. Was there not another armored truck company on here in Austin? How are we gonna do this job in Dallas and go to class in Austin? Sound like the best child of carry top. You stand out and you would stand out in Ireland with that color. We practically blow you.
First, let's address this mustache situation. Were you going for Jeffrey Dahmer? Is it too red? Very funny, Mr. Selleck.
All right. And speed?
Scene 27. Luke and Scarlett sit quietly in Luke's car, parked a short distance from the Dallas branch office of TransSafe, an armored truck company. Their disguises, expertly designed by the contact, have transformed them into strangers even their own families would have trouble recognizing. Scarlett, now a vibrant redhead, leans toward the rear. Scarlett, now a vibrant redhead, leans toward the rearview mirror, adjusting a strand of her newly dyed hair. The Texas sun blazes through the car window, intensifying the vibrant hue of her locks. Dressed in a sharp, tailored business suit, she exudes an outward air of confidence, but beneath the surface, her pulse races with unease. Her eyes flick between her reflection and the rear view, scanning for any sign of danger. Next to her, Luke sports a thick push-broom mustache, adding years to his usual youthful appearance, though it does little to hide the unease in his expression. He checks his watch and scans the area through the tinted windows, his leg bouncing restlessly.
Was there not another armored truck company between here and Austin? How are we gonna do this job in Dallas and go to class in Austin?
First, let's address this mustache situation. Were you going for Jeffrey Dahmer?
At least I don't look like the bastard child of Carrot Top.
Is it too red?
You would stand out in Ireland with that color. You're practically dwelling.
Very funny, Mr. Selleck.
You started it. Besides, you haven't answered my logistics question.
We just stay in a hotel up here in Dallas during the week, and when we have to take tests, we just head back down to Austin. Besides, we won't be here too long.
So who are we supposed to be?
If you guys can trade places.
Okay, but keep the same mics,
See mics, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you just can't see you at all.
Yes, I'm very short. You're covering me.
Mm-hmm.
Are you starting with the dialogue again?
No, we can start with the narration. Scarlett makes
And then, don't, the rate of speed, don't get quicker, but just lift the energy.
Okay,
Her.
Back up.
understood.
You wanna do that all again?
Yeah, where do you want to start?
is there not another armored truck company between here and Austin? How are we gonna do this job in Dallas and go to class in Austin?
First, let's address this mustache situation. Were you going for Jeffrey Dahmer?
At least I don't look like the bastard child of Carrot Top.
Is it too red?
You would stand out in Ireland with that color. You're practically glowing.
Very funny, Mr. Selleck.
You started it. Besides, you haven't answered my logistics question.
We just stay in a hotel up here in Dallas during the week, and when we have to take tests, we just head back down to Austin. Besides, we won't be here long.
So who are we supposed to be?
Scarlett exhales, pushing her nerves aside. She opens the glove box with a soft click, retrieving a blue file folder labeled Attorney Work Product. The contact knew if the folder was ever confiscated by the police, they would likely not look into it, as they would assume it was privileged information. With a determined expression, she flips open the folder, revealing a neatly organized collection of documents. Her fingers deftly extract 2 crisp Social Security cards and a pair of resumes and studies them.
Okay, so we are Juliet and James Marshall, a young married couple who are saving for college. We've been married for a year, and here are 2 Social Security cards and our resumes.
Scarlett hands Luke James Marshall's Social Security card, along with his meticulously crafted resume. Luke takes them, his eyes narrowing with concentration as he begins to read. The resume, printed on high-quality paper, details an impressive yet fabricated work history. Luke's fingers trace the edges of the documents as he scrutinizes every detail.
This is it? No more backstory?
I guess that's on us.
I don't know about this, Scarlett. Pretending to be an installer for a couple of hours was fine. But this pretending to be someone else for days? Maybe weeks?
Scarlett, sensing Luke's hesitation, gently places both her hands on his face, her palms warm and steady against his skin. She holds his face firmly, her touch grounding and her eyes determined.
Don't do this now, Luke. You got this. Just follow my lead when we're in there. I will maintain the story so there are no inconsistencies. Let me do the talking. Can you do that?
Luke nods, physically swallowing his nerves.
Absolutely. That sounds like an excellent plan. I am good at keeping my mouth shut.
Scarlett pulls back with a smirk.
Just don't be a weirdo.
No promises on that one.
Scarlett rolls her eyes, but there's affection behind it.
Come on, let's go.
Scarlett and Luke step out of the car and stride purposefully towards the entrance. As they walk, Luke fidgets with his upper lip, moving in and out. Scarlett catches this awkward movement and stops, disgust creeping onto her face.
What are you doing?
The mustache is itchy.
Scarlett sighs, glancing around to make sure they haven't drawn attention yet.
This is what I was talking about when I said don't be a weirdo. Get your shit together, man.
Luke straightens up, determined.
Right. I'm good.
They continue on towards the entrance. As they reach the front door, Luke takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the role he's about to play. He opens the door with a firm grip, holding it wide for Scarlett. She steps in with a confidence that belies the tension flickering in her eyes, her heels clicking sharply against the tile floor. Luke follows closely, the door creaking shut behind them. The lobby is far from inviting. The walls are clad in faux burled wood paneling, cheap and tacky, with tarnished metal trim that looks decades old. A handful of vinyl chairs, pea soup green and cracked at the edges, are scattered in the small space. The air smells faintly of dust and stale coffee. The television hangs in the corner, the volume turned on low, but the bright flashes of local news flicker on the screen. Luke's eyes scan the room, taking it all in with a mix of skepticism and discomfort.
Fancy.
You agreed to no talking.
Luke clenches his jaw as they approach the dispatcher, a woman in her 50s with wiry glasses perched on her nose. She sits behind a thick glass panel, the kind meant to scream, "Don't even think about it." She's engrossed in her work, talking into a two-way radio without bothering to acknowledge them.
Hi, we are...
The dispatcher raises a finger without looking up, indicating for them to wait. She speaks back into the radio.
Alderman, I just want to try one thing in the narration. I don't know if this will work or not, but when you say the kind meant to scream, don't even think about it, you say that in that part. So in your
Don't even think about it.
yeah, exactly. So when it gets there, I just want to see how that sounds. So if you
Mhm.
go, if you can start there for this.
Luke clenches his jaw, and they approach the dispatcher, a woman in her 50s with wiry glasses perched on her nose. She sits behind a thick glass panel, the kind meant to scream.
Don't even think about it.
She's engrossed in her work, talking into a two-way radio without bothering to acknowledge them.
Hi, we are.
The dispatcher raises her finger without looking up, indicating for them to wait. She speaks back into the radio.
Truck 47, your next stop is Carter's Discount Jewelry on Dallas Parkway.
She looks up at Scarlett, her expression showing annoyance.
Can I help you, miss?
Scarlett straightens her posture, slipping easily into her role as Juliet Marshall.
Yes, we are Juliet and James Marshall. We are here for the job interview.
The dispatcher barely reacts, her tone clipped as she gestures toward the sad-looking chairs.
Right. Just have a seat. Mr. Ferguson will be with you shortly.
Luke, anxious to be off his feet, heads for the seating area. He picks a chair at random, the vinyl squeaking beneath him as he sinks into it. Scarlett lingers by the counter, her eyes flicking over the dispatcher's setup. Curiosity gnaws at her. She leans in slightly, her voice casual.
Do you not tell the drivers the location until they're on the road?
The dispatcher looks up again, this time with thinly veiled annoyance, but she answers nonetheless, as if indulging Scarlett's ignorance.
We tell them the next stop after they finish one. We don't want all our schedules to get in the wrong hands, so we keep them all here.
That's pretty smart.
Thank you for that validation. I really needed it.
I'll take a seat now.
Sounds like a good idea.
Scarlett moves toward Luke, settling into the chair next to him with a composed demeanor, crossing one leg of the other. She casts a sidelong glance at the dispatcher, then leans in close to Luke.
Isn't she charming?
I already don't feel bad about robbing this place.
Luke suddenly stiffens, his eyes darting to the television mounted on the wall. The playful tension between them shifts to concern as the TV shows a news segment.
What is this?
On the screen, a B-roll of Austin Fine Jewelers appears, accompanied by the headline, Austin Jewelry Owner Vindicated. The familiar storefront immediately pulls Luke to his feet. He steps closer to the TV and hastily turns up the volume, his pulse quickening. The owner of Austin Fine Jewelers was released from the Austin City Jail today. Max Austin was arrested in connection to a robbery of his jewelry store in what was originally thought to be an inside job. But detectives in the Austin Police Department have now released this photo of a woman who police say is a person of interest. If you recognize this woman, please call the Austin Police Department at... The grainy security photo of a woman flashes on the screen, her face just blurred enough to evade clear identification. Luke jumps to the TV and slams the power button, cutting the image off. His face goes pale.
Excuse me, I had that on for a reason.
My apologies. Just excuse us for a minute. Scarlett, Juliet, can I see you outside?
Luke turns toward the dispatcher.
We'll be just a minute.
Whatever, it's your interview.
Luke gives a worried glance to Scarlett before making a brisk exit through the lobby door. Scarlett hesitates, flashing the dispatcher a tight, polite smile before following him outside. The harsh afternoon sun beats down on the parking lot as Scarlett steps outside, the door clicking shut behind her. Luke is already pacing, his hands running through his hair, clearly rattled. Scarlett crosses her arms, her patience wearing thin.
Can I help you?
What the hell, Scarlett? That was you on TV. They have your picture.
Would you quiet down? That photo was way too grainy for anyone to figure out it was me. You only recognize it because you see me every day.
Still a little close, don't you think?
I agree. That is why we are working with the contact now to prevent this.
Luke stares at her, disbelief etched into his features.
But what about not hurting anyone? That poor jewelry store owner was arrested and almost sent to prison, for God's sake.
The key word being almost.
Luke steps closer, his eyes searching hers for a hint of doubt.
Are you becoming that heartless?
For a moment, Scarlett falters, a flicker of guilt crossing her face before she quickly pushes it aside.
Of course not, Luke. That is not how I planned it going, and I know Max personally, and it hurts me to know that I harmed him. That is why we are being more careful and working with the contact so we don't have slip-ups like that. Plus, this time we are robbing some sexist asshole who's being forced to hire women, not some hard-working small businessman. This is different.
Luke looks down, still conflicted. He then speaks without looking up at Scarlett.
If anybody gets hurt, I'm out. I'm done with this.
If anybody gets hurt, we're both out.
Luke exhales slowly, the tension on his shoulders easing ever so slightly. Scarlett straightens her suit, smoothing out the wrinkles as she prepares to step back inside.
Can we go back in there now?
Luke nods, though the doubt still lingers in his expression. Scarlett and Luke re-enter the lobby, their faces tight with forced composure. The atmosphere between them is strained, but they wear a veil of calm. The dispatcher notices their return and, with a swift knock on the glass separator, gets their attention with her many rings rapping sharply against the pane.
Welcome back. Mr. Ferguson is waiting for you in his office, and he is not happy.
Scarlett flashes her a tight smile.
I appreciate that. We'll show ourselves back.
The dispatcher presses a button near her computer, and a buzzing sound indicates the door leading to the TransSafe offices has been unlocked. Scarlett pushes through the door, followed closely by Luke. They enter a dimly lit corridor where the atmosphere shifts. The air is thick, and the faint smell of damp wood and stale paper lingers. The paneling on the walls is worn, evidence of the building's age, and each step echoes hollowly on the linoleum floor as they make their way deeper into the TransSafe offices. At the end of the corridor, they reach Ferguson's office, its door slightly ajar. Without hesitation, Scarlett opens the door wider and steps in. Luke follows, his broad shoulders nearly brushing the frame. The room inside is cramped, cluttered, and poorly lit. A small worn metal desk dominates the space, piled high with disorganized papers and file folders that seem to threaten collapse. Dust dances in the single beam of sunlight filtering through a cracked window, and the air smells of old, forgotten coffee. Ferguson, hunched over his desk and absorbed in a stack of paperwork, jolts in surprise at their sudden entry. His eyes widen momentarily, but he quickly recovers, standing up to face them, his irritation palpable. Ever hear of knocking before you just barge into someone's office? Scarlett surveys the shabby office with a quick glance, her lips working into a mocking smirk.
I'm sorry. Didn't think a place that looks like this bothered with formalities.
A muscle twitches in Ferguson's jaw as he clenches his teeth, clearly not used to being spoken to this way. Wow, the attitude on you. Plus, you make me wait for you. Don't you realize this is an interview?
Don't you realize that you have no choice but to hire me? You see, if you don't, I'm walking straight to the EEOC, and I'm sure your career could not afford yet another complaint.
The words hang in the air, heavy and loaded with implication. Ferguson's nostrils flare slightly, his frustration barely contained. He exhales sharply. Take a seat. Scarlett and Luke sit down on the two worn chairs in front of his desk. The chairs creak under their weight, adding to the office's run-down ambiance. Ferguson, still simmering, drops into his own chair behind the desk, folding his arms across his chest as he regards them both with barely concealed annoyance. Barely concealed annoyance as he stares at Scarlett. Ferguson, still simmering, drops into his own chair behind the desk, folding his arms across his chest as he regards them with... Ferguson, still simmering, drops into his own chair behind the desk, folding his arms across his chest as he regards them both with barely concealed annoyance as he stares at Scarlett. You're not afraid to lay it all out there, are you?
It's not who I am.
Well, let me tell you who you are. Well, tell me who you are. I have an impressive resume, and you come with some excellent references. My question to you is, why are you out of work?
I took a break from college. Now I need more money to complete it. Your opportunity just happened to pop up at the right time.
Ferguson taps his fingers against the desk, his eyes flicking between her and Luke as he processes the answer. Well, how about you, Mr. Marshall? Your resume is not as impressive. A brief, uncomfortable silence stretches as Luke shifts slightly in his seat, glancing towards Scarlett.
We do everything as a team. It's a package deal. If you want me, he comes.
Does he talk? Luke straightens in his chair, his expression hardening.
Of course I talk.
Ferguson leans forward, resting his elbows on the cluttered desk, fingers interlocked. His eyes narrow with a piercing gaze as he sizes Luke up, skepticism etched in every line of his face. Then tell me this. How adept are you with a 12-gauge shotgun?
I can handle myself.
A smirk tugs at the corner of Ferguson's lips. He pulls open the top drawer of his desk and retrieves a printed application, the paper crinkling as he slides it out and holds it up for effect. His smirk widens like a cat toying with a mouse. Funny you should say that, because you answered no on the online application to whether you've had any experience with firearms. Luke's facade falters. Luke's facade falters for a moment. He shifts in his chair, stammering as he searches for response.
Well,
Is this a game of gotcha? He just thought it meant any professional experience with shotguns, right, James?
She turns to Luke, her eyes locking into his, urging him to follow her lead. Her gaze is sharp, warning him not to fumble.
yeah, that's right.
You grew up here in Texas surrounded by shotguns, didn't you?
Luke, catching the rhythm of the exchange, nods more confidently this time.
Yep.
Scarlett turns back toward Mr. Ferguson, her expression firm and unyielding.
So he's good. Now, do we have the job, or do I have to make a stop at the EEOC, Mr. Ferguson?
The room grows still as the tension in the room thickens. Ferguson's jaw clenches, the muscles in his neck tightening. He doesn't like being cornered, but Scarlett has backed him into one. You have the job. A victorious gleam flickers in Scarlett's eyes, but she keeps her expression neutral, professional. She won't gloat, at least not yet.
Great. When do we start?
You can start on Monday. Juliet, you will be the driver, and James, you will be the security in the back. We normally run 3-man teams, but we're short-staffed, so I'm trusting you two can handle a truck by yourself.
Perfect. No problem.
Ferguson glances between the two of them, his eyes narrowing in a final warning. Don't make me regret this.
Mr. Ferguson, you are already past regrets.
Scarlett and Luke stand, extending their hands in a show of formality. Ferguson, however, remains seated, deliberately ignoring the outstretched hands. Damn it, you just don't stop, do you?
It's not in my nature.
Can you at least pretend that I am the boss? Luke awkwardly retracts his hand, rubbing the back of his neck. Scarlett, unfazed, smiles with a hint of mischief.
That may be a stretch. For me, I'm not good at pretending to be somebody I'm not.
Ferguson shakes his head, annoyed at the whole exchange. He waves them off, signaling the end of the conversation. We'll see you on Monday. Scarlett and Luke exit Ferguson's office, the pressure from the meeting still clinging to them. Their footsteps echo in the dim corridor as they make their way to the lobby, their movements brisk. They stop at a small sliding window beside the dispatcher's door. The glass slides open with a sharp scrape, revealing the dispatcher.
So, I guess we'll be seeing each other more often.
So excited.
The dispatcher rolls her eyes, her voice dripping with disdain.
Bite me.
The heavy door unlocks with a metal click, and Scarlett and Luke push through it, entering the lobby.
Can you read that again? Metallic click.
What?
Metallic click.
What did I say? The heavy door unlocks with a metallic click, and Scarlett and Luke push through, entering the lobby.
What a lovely woman.
They exit the lobby and step out into the parking lot. As soon as they step outside, the harsh sunlight hits them. A stark contrast. As soon as they step outside, the harsh sunlight hits them, a stark contrast to the dim, musty office they've just left. Luke suddenly veers off, staggering toward a nearby bush. Luke suddenly veers off, staggering toward a nearby bush, and vomits. His body shakes with each heave, the stress of the encounter catching up to him. A woman walking through the parking lot notices and shoots a disgusted glance in their direction. Scarlett, ever quick on her feet, steps between Luke and the woman, offering a wide, disarming smile.
Bad Mexican. He really shouldn't have gone for that second burrito.
The woman shakes her head in disgust, but continues walking. Scarlett quickly bends down to Luke, her voice low and urgent, her eyes scanning the area for any onlookers.
Get yourself together, man. This is not the time or place.
Luke, still pale, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, his breaths coming through in shaky gasps. He looks up at Scarlett.
I can't believe you just did that. How can you be so smooth?
Scarlett glances around once more, ensuring they are not being watched.
Okay, let's walk further away from the front door before we talk about how we are robbing them.
They move quickly across the parking lot, the tension between them still palpable as they put distance between them and TransSafe. As they reach Luke's car parked in a far corner of the lot, Scarlett stops abruptly, turning to face him. Her demeanor is serious, her voice steady, commanding his attention.
Listen, Luke, I'm going to need you to stay focused. The only way that nobody gets hurt is if we can pull this off cleanly. No mistakes. If something goes wrong, look to me. I'll handle it, but you have to hold it together, all right? Just one last time.
Luke takes a deep breath, his shoulders rising and falling as he tries to regain his composure. His hands tremble slightly, but he clenches them into fists, trying to regain his composure.
So you promise this will be the last one?
For the first time, Scarlett's tough exterior softens just a bit, her eyes searching his as if to assure him.
Absolutely. I can tell now that this is really having an effect on you. I'm sorry for bringing you this far along, but I need you to see it through, okay?
Luke meets her gaze, finding strength in her words. He nods, a newfound resolve in his expression.
Okay. Thank you. But we're not done after this job, are we?
Scarlett allows her lips to form into a small, teasing smile. She steps closer to him, gently running her fingers through his hair at the back of his head, pulling him in provocatively. Her voice drops, a playful yet seductive edge to it.
Mr. Marshall, I am far from being done with you.
Luke grins, his tension momentarily dissolving under her touch. He leans in closer, their face inches apart.
Stay in character.
I'll give you the one before it because I kind of flubbed that line anyway. Luke grins, his tension momentarily dissolving under her touch. He leans in closer, their faces inches apart.
Staying in character. I like it.
Scarlett smirks, and without another word she gives him a tender hug, the moment charged with the weight of everything they've just endured. The world around them seems to fade as they cling to each other. However, as they pull apart, the gravity of what's to come lingers in the air between them.
I don't know why I'm still
Joe, I think you take a little bit for your voice. You take a break a little bit?
Yeah.
That was a lot for you in that scene. I just
That was quick. All right, I'll give you a couple of notes here.
Yeah. These scenes feel so much longer than the scene earlier. I feel like those were a lot shorter in episode 1. But I could be.
Maybe if Ferguson was Krusty the Clown.
What?
Maybe if Ferguson was Krusty the Clown.
Simpsons.
That's amazing.
Hey, hey!
Okay, going back to the red hair.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, I'm having trouble
you're
with
good to go.
that.
You can,
Oh,
there's two. Into the hallway.
there's like.
But
Oh.
is it too red? You know, you ask him.
Yeah.
Do it like you're actually concerned.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
You know, and then you're gonna bounce right back into it.
Great.
But,
Okay, good.
okay, then let's see. Is there a line that says that this is when you're in the office that you lean into him, and then he has a line.
In the office?
You're seated, waiting. It's right
Is it
before
near the
thing goes on
television?
the television.
Oh, yeah. Moves towards Luke, settling in a chair next to him. She casts a sidelong glance.
What page are you on?
He just has notes.
Oh, her.
I'm on page 10 and 11 looking at this.
Isn't she charming is what I have.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad about robbing this place. Page 11.
Sidelong glance.
So somewhere between 10 and 11.
I thought it was just when I heard it, it's kind of like you lean in, but then you don't say anything, and he says something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember what
She
you're
casts
talking
a
about.
sidelong glance over at the dispatcher, then leans in. close
Yes,
to look.
yes, it is right there. And then he says, "Isn't she charming?"
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So,
Maybe.
Yeah, I thought about that when I read it. I was like, "That's really weird. Why am I
Right.
like?"
right, exactly.
I thought it was like maybe like how you sit in chairs. And
Oh yeah, it could just be like, yeah. But it is weird. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Read through the scene.
Okay, so it says,
Top of 11.
yeah, top of 11.
Scarlett moves toward Luke, settling into a chair next to him with a a composed demeanor. D is already there as well. Settling into a chair next to him with a composed demeanor, crossing one leg of the other. She casts a sidelong glance at the dispatcher, then leans in close to Luke.
And then Luke has a line.
And then he says a line. So either I think that he needs to just lean over to her to say this,
Okay.
or
Yeah.
leans back.
So,
You know,
Yes, I remember that. I was like, this is
leans back lovingly or something.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
set up the
so,
image.
no, I see exactly, it is kind of weird.
Okay.
I think what happens, I had another line here originally,
Okay.
things were cut.
Yep.
When I try to cut things for time,
Uh-huh.
and sometimes this happens. So we can do, so she casts a sidelong glance at dispatcher. How about she casts a sidelong glance at the dispatcher, and then, so we can do it where Luke leans in. So, for instance, if she sat down, Luke notices she's looking at her, and he's gonna lean in and say something to her. Because he notices she's doing it. So it should be Luke leaning into Scarlet. So she casts a sidelong glances. So it could be.
Yes. I already don't feel bad about having this place. She sucks.
Otherwise, say something. Oh, okay.
Hi, we're going to rob you now.
Just kidding. Wink.
JK, LOL.
No worries if not.
That's right.
So we could do, she casts a sidelong glance at the dispatcher. Luke notices and leans in close to her ear.
Mm-hmm.
Does that work?
Say it again.
Luke notices, then leans in close to Scarlett.
Yeah, leans in close to her ear.
Wait, what?
Luke notices and leans in close to her ear.
Stop looking at her.
So she casts a sidelong glance at the dispatcher.
This is better.
Luke notices and then leans in close. Or I guess she leans in close. You can take out to her ear, I guess.
Okay.
She casts a sidelong glance at the dispatcher. Luke notices and leans in close.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Yeah.
All right, and then, you have a line about hard-working businessman.
Yes.
Okay, do a pause before you say this is different.
Yes.
And a little bit more, you're convincing.
Mhm.
Still.
Yeah.
Joe, I didn't hear, you have an impressive resume? I thought I heard I have an impressive resume.
Well, that's just you filling in stuff.
Yeah, probably so.
You were just thinking about how you have an impressive
I
resume.
didn't, in fact, I'm glad you said that. Let me share
Let me share with you my
Spielberg
resume.
once said about me.
Very impressive.
It's needed. I mean, I actually reached down.
You did, I saw it.
You watched you practice.
I did. Joe,
Maybe
can I borrow your pen? I left mine in the other room. Please.
This is my special pen.
Okay, so,
Lots of special pens.
Feel the weight of that pen. Isn't that wonderful?
It is a really special pen,
That's what I'm
actually.
saying.
It's very special. Thank you.
This is not some crappy bit pen.
It's very special.
Oh, yeah, this is the.
That's what I'm saying.
I have, this is, yeah, I get that.
okay, Joe, there's a line, you don't stop, do you? You know, you tell her, it's close to the end of that scene.
Okay.
And then, I think you have something, a line about something smiles, or smiling. My point ultimately is that around there, after you said you don't stop, a little bit of Ferguson's voice. The narration itself had a little bit of
I
Ferguson.
wonder how that happened.
I don't know. I really don't.
Unprofessional, Joe.
And then the other is that, are you
You're
gonna,
just three
you
people.
want him to, what do you think?
Yeah, I was like,
Add that later?
Let's go for it.
Okay,
Cool.
all right. And then lastly, we need to do a take, because to get shit together, we need to have
Yeah.
get your poop together.
Okay, I only had.
We need to slip more fucks into that.
Yeah.
Get your fucking shit together.
Really should be one of those things.
I only had one thing that I wanted to do.
Get your sheep together.
On page 8, it says, I don't know about this, Scarlett. You know, you're there. But this, and there's a dash pretending to be someone else for days.
Take that.
Take a beat. Yeah. But this, pretending to send it going straight forward. So you want to do just that for the narration, just that. What paragraphs did you want to fix? Because I don't want to go through the whole narration.
No.
Nor I.
Yeah.
So I know we got to page 11, where we just rewrote it.
Do you want that one right before, damn it, you just don't stop?
Let me see.
Is that the one?
Let me see here. Page filter.
Great.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's the same page, mine's 16. It's the room grows still as the tension in the room thickens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just that line, or just that paragraph.
All right, let's
My
start
hip
with
hop
page
really
11,
hurts.
because I'm going to go that one, so I can do it for editing purposes. They're in order, so we can punch it.
Okay.
So the narration on page 11, and you said narration on page
16.
16. Okay, so let's start with 11. Just that top paragraph on page 11, those new words we just read. Okay. And speak.
Action.
Scarlett moves toward Luke, settling into the chair next to him with a composed demeanor, crossing one leg of the other. Gonna start that all over again. Luke is the second word in the thing. Scarlett moves toward Luke, settling into the chair next to him with a composed demeanor, crossing one leg of the other. She casts a sidelong glance at the dispatcher. Luke notices and leans in close.
Isn't she charming?
I already don't feel bad about robbing this place.
And then on page 16,
Yeah.
you ready?
And speak.
The room grows still as the tension in the room thickens. Ferguson's jaw clenches and the muscles in his neck tightening. He doesn't like being cornered, but Scarlett has backed him into one.
Yeah, good.
Now about narration.
Yeah.
But you have to stay.
Go gargle, go rest, go drink whiskey, whatever you need.
Dope.
Is the whiskey provided? He says.
Or you need freezing, because I'm a little hot.
I'm hot.
Yeah, we can't turn on the air conditioner though. Because,
Can I turn it on for a second, just to get it
oh
cool?
yeah, as long as we're not recording. So
Yeah.
that makes like the freakiest noise.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I decided to wear my sweater and I will not when I come back in this room
Yeah.
the next time.
It wasn't hot at the beginning.
No, it's not. The sun. The sun is coming.
Yeah, she's
Oh, yeah.
He just picks
That's
up.
super fun.
Yeah.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to, let's record this, then I'll turn it on during the
Okay.
change in break.
Takes a couple minutes.
Oh no. Oh,
Just
sorry.
stop.
You get a second.
Keep singing your song. I love that song.
That's all I remember.
Oh, you said it's hot.
Hottest town below.
Hey, you guys show me. I know you know it. Come on.
No, yep.
Yeah.
I've only known that show twice.
if you've done it twice, I could see that.
Yeah, it's lengthy.
I could see that.
I think that's,
Yeah.
I think it's a.
Yeah, it's so funny, like, it's like, if you talk real light, the microphone will pick it up, it will pick up that.
Yeah, of
like
course.
Nobody's business.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Okay, where are you going?
Quickly.
where do you want to?
Go, go,
Well, we
fast.
need to do, the shit, take out that line and the sound effect.
Oh, I thought we
Never
should-
said those words again.
I thought we should do that when we do the run through the run through the whole scene without the narrator.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know if you wanted to do that. Okay, yeah, that's great.
That's, it's gonna make it 10 times easier for you to edit.
Okay,
If you do it
beautiful.
In line.
Yeah, let's do it.
So do you do it to where I can just make vomit noises and plug that in? So you just want to sit here and like red so it.
Yep, yeah.
Awesome.
Mr. Red, there it is.
No. Woman looks over concerned.
Oh, and then, on, we're not done after this.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we might be leaning on the button.
No, it's just, I don't know. We're not done after this. Just accent on we're. Since this relationship isn't done after this, is it?
I'm actually doing what we're going with.
Yeah, do that. Yep, that's fine. We're not done.
Or you can like shake her on the shoulder.
You have my permission to do Maybe not anymore, just kidding. Oh.
Alright, you ready?
Okay, and speak.
Action.
Was there not another armored what? Thank you. Was there not another armored truck company between here and Austin? How are we gonna do this job in Dallas and go to class in Austin?
First, let's address this mustache situation. Were you going for Jeffrey Dahmer?
At least I don't look like the bastard child of Carrot Top.
Is it too red?
You would stand out in Ireland with that color. You're practically glowing.
Very funny, Mr. Selleck.
You started it. Besides, you haven't answered my logistics question.
We just stay in a hotel up here in Dallas during the week, and when we have to take tests, we just head back down to Austin. Besides, we won't be here long.
So who are we supposed to be?
Okay, so we are Juliet and James Marshall, a young married couple who are saving for college. We have been married for a year, and here are 2 social security cards and our resumes.
This is it? No more backstory?
I guess that's on us.
I don't know about this, Scarlett. Pretending to be an installer for a couple of months. I don't know about this, Scarlett. Pretending to be an installer for a couple of hours was fine. But this? Pretending to be someone else for days? Maybe weeks?
Don't do this now, Luke. You got this. Just follow my lead when we're in there. I will maintain the story so there are no inconsistencies. Let me do the talking. Can you do that?
Absolutely. Sounds like an excellent plan. I'm good at keeping my mouth shut.
Just don't be a weirdo.
No promises on that one.
Come on, let's go. What are you doing?
The mustache is itchy.
This is what I was talking about when I said don't be a weirdo. Get your crap together, man.
Right. I'm good. Fancy.
You agreed to no talking. Hi, we are.
Truck 47, your Truck 47, your next stop is Carter's Discount Jewelry on Dallas Parkway. Can I help you, miss?
Yes, we are Juliet and James Marshall. We're here for the job interview.
Right, just have a seat. Mr. Ferguson will be with you shortly.
Do you not tell the drivers the location until they're on the road?
We tell them their next stop after they finish one. We don't want our schedules to get in the wrong hands, so we keep them all here.
That's pretty smart.
Thank you for that validation. I really needed it.
I'll take a seat now.
Sounds like a good idea.
Isn't she charming?
I already don't feel bad about robbing this place.
What is this?
Excuse me, I have that on for a reason.
My apologies. Just excuse us for a second. Scar, Juliet, Can I see you outside? We'll be just a minute.
Whatever, it's your interview.
Can I help you?
What the hell, Scarlett? That was you on TV. They have your picture.
Would you quiet down? That photo was way too grainy for anyone to figure out it was me. You only recognize it because you see me every day.
Still a little close, don't you think?
I agree. That is why we are working with the contact now to prevent this.
Well, what about not hurting anyone? That poor jewelry store owner? Officer. Well, what about not hurting anyone? That poor jewelry store owner. Well, what about not hurting anyone? That poor jewelry store owner? What is that poor jewelry store?
Think about the L coming in jewelry.
Jewelry. Thank you. Hurt. Well, what about not hurting anyone? That poor jewelry store owner. Thank you, Taylor. Well, what about not hurting anyone? That poor jewelry store owner was arrested and almost sent to prison, for God's sake.
The key word being almost.
Are you becoming that heartless?
Of course not, Luke. That is not how I planned it going, and I know Max personally, and it hurts me to know that I harmed him. That is why we're being more careful and working with the contact so we don't have slip-ups like that. Plus, this time we're robbing some sexist asshole who's being forced to hire women, not some hardworking small businessman.
Just go with the, without the hole.
Okay. Plus, this time we're robbing some sexist ass who's being forced to hire women, not some hardworking small businessman. This is different.
If anybody gets hurt, I'm out. I'm done with this.
If anybody gets hurt, we're both out.
Can we go back to, Luke's line, for Al?
Mhm.
I don't want to go back to the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
It was just level, so if line was not, I just kept
Oh.
level.
I think I pulled the mic too far.
This is different, was a little, what did you say? It was too hard.
Okay.
So, it's still like you're trying to convince him,
Yeah.
but it's like a parent telling a child, that, yes, you're going to the doctor, but then we'll have ice cream. But so it's just light, but you're trying to convince.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
This
Understood.
It sounds like you're trying to correct him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lead on with that.
Got it. Got it. How far back do you want us to go?
You wanna say jewelry store owner again?
Sure, please.
I can go before that. Do you need?
Yeah.
You want to go? Can I help you? Yeah, that'd be good.
Cool.
Action.
Can I help you?
What the hell, Scarlett? That was you on TV. They have your picture.
Would you quiet down? That photo was too grainy for anyone to figure out it was me. You only recognize it because you see me every day.
Still a little close, don't you think?
I agree. That is why we are working with the contact now to prevent this.
Well, what about not hurting anyone? That poor jewelry store owner was arrested and almost sent to prison, for God's sake.
The key word being almost.
Are you becoming that heartless?
Of course not, Luke. That is not how I planned it going, and I know Max personally, and it hurts me to know I harmed him. That is why we are being more careful and working with the contact so we don't have slip-ups like that. Plus, this time we're robbing some sexist ass who's being forced to hire women, not some hardworking small businessman. This is different.
If anybody gets hurt, I'm out. I'm done with this.
If anybody gets hurt, we're both out.
Okay,
Can we go back in there now?
fine.
Welcome back. Mr. Ferguson is waiting for you in his office, and he's not happy.
I appreciate that. We'll see ourselves back.
Okay, we're not done after this, is later on, isn't it?
Mhm.
Okay, but then there's one line about, there's something, you haven't answered, is it my question?
My logistics question?
Logistics, I didn't hear logistics.
Heard.
Can you just do that one?
Is it right at the top?
It's right at the top,
Yeah.
What page?
Oh, yeah.
Page 7. started it. Besides, you haven't answered my logistics question.
Good, good, good.
Did
Good stuff.
did my this is different
Perfect.
came across? Okay, great,
It is perfect.
awesome.
Think Joe's ready?
Yep.
Little tiny break, Joe. You had a tiny break, and now you have to be two other guys. Fighting with each other. Yeah. I like when we fight. We go through a lot in this show. You see a lot of sides of us in the show.
And then people die.
Dun,
Oh my
dun.
God. That was a ride reading episode 7. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
but I wanted to shoot her in the
Yeah, I know.
What? He actually does it? Give me your ID. Why? So I can see the kids I gotta keep.
Oh, that's horrible.
What?
I know that one. That's
Right, like-
creepy.
That's good stuff.
Horrible.
I've been using it.
Is he muted? Is he muted?
I'm kidding. My name is Matthew Bishop. Wherever you want to start.
We're starting at page 14, Ferguson's line. Ever hear of knocking before you get in? Sorry, can't even get it right to help you. All right, and Steve?
Action.
Ever hear of knocking before you just barge into someone's office?
I'm sorry. Didn't think a place that looks like this bothered with formalities.
Wow, the attitude on you. Plus, you make me wait for you. Don't you realize this is an interview?
Don't you realize that you have no choice but to hire me? You see, if you don't, I'm walking straight to the EEOC, and I'm sure your career could not afford yet another complaint.
Take a seat. You're not afraid to lay it out there, are you?
It's not who I am.
Well, tell me who you are. You have an impressive resume, and you come with some excellent references. My question to you is, why are you out of work?
I took a break from college. Now I need more money to complete it. Your opportunity just happened to pop up at the right time.
Well, how about you, Mr. Marshall? Your resume is not as impressive.
We do everything as a team. It's a package deal. If you want me, he comes.
Does he talk?
Of course I talk.
Then tell me this. How?
Of course I talk.
Does he talk?
Does he talk?
Of course I talk.
Well, then tell me this. How adept are you with a 12-gauge shotgun?
I can handle myself.
Funny you say that, because when you answered the online application, you answered no to whether you've had any experience with firearms.
Well,
Is this a game of gotcha? He just thought it meant any professional experience with shotguns, right, James?
Yeah, that's right.
You grew up here in Texas surrounded by shotguns, didn't you?
Yep.
So he's good. Now, do we have the job or do I have to make a stop at the EEOC, Mr. Ferguson?
You have the job.
Great. When do we start?
You can start on Monday. Juliet, you will be the driver, and James, you will be the security in the back. We normally run 3-man teams, but we are short-staffed, so I'm trusting you two can handle the truck by yourself.
Perfect. No problem.
Don't make me regret this.
Mr. Ferguson, you are already past regrets.
Damn it, you just don't stop, do you?
It's not in my nature.
Can you at least pretend that I am the boss?
That may be a stretch for me. I'm not good at pretending to be somebody I'm not.
We'll see you on Monday.
So I guess we'll be seeing each other more often.
So excited.
Bite me.
What a lovely woman. bad Mexican. He really shouldn't have gone for that second burrito. Get yourself together, man. This is not the time or place.
I can't believe you just did that. How can you be so smooth?
Okay, let's walk further away from the front door before we talk about how we're robbing them.
Good point.
Listen, Luke, I'm going to need you to stay focused. The only way that nobody gets hurt is if we can pull this off cleanly. No mistakes. If something goes wrong, look to me. I'll handle it. But you have to hold it together, all right? Just one last time.
So you promise this will be the last one?
Absolutely. I can.
Can we go back?
Mhm.
Luke, so you promised us we had shut level 2 up.
So you promise this will be the last one?
Absolutely. I can tell now that this is really having an effect on you. I'm sorry for bringing you this far along, but I need you to see it through, okay?
Okay. Thank you. But we're not done at this job, are we?
Mr. Marshall, I am far from being done with you.
Staying in character. I like it.
Okay. Do we're again. We're not done, and punch we're even more.
Hit it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna touch your shoulder.
You can touch my shoulder.
All right, and speed.
Okay. Thank you. But we're not done after this job, are we?
Mr. Marshall, I'm far from being done with you.
Staying in character. I like it.
Good. Do it one more time. All right.
Do I need to?
I gotta.
You were like this far.
Weird.
That's the one. That's the one.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. But we're not. I moved it from I moved the mic. All right. Okay. Thank you. But we're not done after this job, are we?
Mr. Marshall, I am far from being done with you.
Staying in character. I like it.
Nice. Nice.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
This whole group here, all of you have great chemistry with each other. Like the back and forth, like the Mr. Ferguson and Scarlett. That was.
Hey, thank you.
Very
Hate that guy. Hate that guy.
So we're good with that one. Right?
Sweet. Ooh, yeah, it is
Yeah, it's getting.
nice and warm.
Yeah.
Afternoon sun coming in the window.
Yeah,
That's a great way to do it. It's like the old days of film. Like, everybody had to be in these hot boxes to film.
They say cut, and I was like, God, the earth.
Okay, and you don't have me as ICU nurse in this next scene, right? You, Jamie?
Right.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, Jamie and ER nurse.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Do you want us to send in the next crew, or
place? Right place? The stand?
Das ist nicht gut.
Or that one?
This is not
Yeah, that's not the same microphone.
I had to speak German in a short film.
Ja.
Das Ziel ist etwas 2 Kilometer flussabwärts.
Ja.
That's exactly how I felt last night.
Yeah.
I had that same thing last night. It was the turkey. It was the
What was that?
sushi.
No mistake.
Oh,
Keine Fehler.
What page?
keine Fehler.
We are on page
Mach.
20.
Mach keine Fehler.
Keine Fehler. Fehler?
I'm a kind of fellow.
Fehler. Mach keine Fehler. I like that.
Das Ziel ist etwa 2 Kilometer flussaufwärts. Target is 3 kilometers upstream.
I may need that.
Ja,
I'm gonna memorize
Yeah.
that.
If we were Nazi snipers and we were going to blow up a bridge. It was this short film, there were like 4 actors in it, and I was the only one who lived.
Oh, hey.
I murdered everybody. If this had been a longer film, it's the cold open to the story of me. I ended up killing everybody.
Ah,
Who are we waiting on? We have,
we're all here.
oh, we're all here?
The gang is all here.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were waiting on me. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Hey, Kristen.
Yeah, a physical copy.
Mein Gott, Sarah,
Look at, I have my phone out.
Yeah, there's one.
we alive?
There's
There's one
extra.
for you?
Well,
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah.
it'll be for somebody else.
Ole Miss lost 24-17 to
they're done.
Florida. Yeah. And listen,
To Florida?
Dart, that's with 2 minutes left, they're driving, Ole Miss is driving, Dart throws an interception. Right, so they're like, oh crap. But the defense gets a stop, takes less than a minute off the clock. Ole Miss gets the ball back. Dart throws an interception. No, listen. It gets called back because they realize that he didn't catch it. He landed on it, so he didn't secure it. So then Dart gets the ball back and throws an interception. He threw 3 interceptions. His last 3 passes were interception,
You're only there for a short.
overturned, interception. Yeah, I mean, what in the world? I think Joe, I just think it's, they know they're not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
They expected this.
I don't know yet, but
Still
Do you have any part speaking in it?
I don't want to be able to just
Oh,
listen
yeah,
and
yeah,
not
yeah.
watch.
I'm Maddie's on here.
No.
Or Scarlett.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
I do know that probably the 11th and 12th team, they're probably better than them, but you gotta earn it. Yeah, you gotta earn it.
Boxing, boxing.
When you throw 4 interceptions and 3 passes, how do you even do that?
Yeah.
I don't know. We're special.
Yeah, the stat book's not gonna show the one that got overturned, it's like interception.
It should though, it should be mentioned, there should be an asterisk. 3 interceptions,
Yeah.
technically 4.
Yeah. Yeah, because they want to earn the game too, yeah.
No, I'm happy to do it.
Let me know what you need.
Oh, you're the doctor.
And the doctor.
The doctor.
Okay. Let's sit down.
Yep.
It's tight back here.
How many? Oh, I think it's 6.
Oh,
This is everybody. I'm gonna label them first so I know everybody's.
Yes.
Alright. Michael, if you can speak into yours.
Courtney stirs awake the sterile scent of antiseptic filling his nostrils. Blinking against the harsh fluorescent light, he feels the cold tug
Yes.
of an IV needle in his arm. The unfamiliar texture of his hospital gown draped over him.
Okay, that's good. Christine, you can speak into yours.
Disoriented, he slowly props himself up on his elbows, scanning the room, trying to make sense of his surroundings. A passing ER nurse glances his way, and with an effort, Courtney raises a shaky hand to get her attention. Excuse me, ma'am, what hospital am I?
Excuse me, ma'am, what hospital am I in?
Excuse me.
Baylor.
Excuse
Baylor
me?
University Medical Center.
Oh, Baylor.
Am I okay? No. Am I okay? Where is Sarah Adams, the woman I was brought
Where's
in
Sarah
with?
Adams?
Please tell me she's alive.
Well,
Yeah, of course.
See,
in the ICU. I can't tell you more than that.
hey, she's in the ICU. I can't tell you more than that. I'm sorry.
Your dog. Tail wagging. You happy? Ooh, it's a scary dog. Maybe your
Sir, you need to stop, or at least put on some pants.
The pants, sir. You must put on some pants.
Where are my clothes? I say where? Cool Whip. Cool Whip. You're pronouncing the H awful heavily. I say whip. Whip. Can you say the word whip? Whip. Now say Cool Whip. Cool Whip.
That's a hard H.
Cool Whip.
I say the hard H.
Who? Where? When? When?
Whore.
Oh, my Lord.
Whore. Where is the ICU?
Whore.
Where is Sarah Adams? The woman I was brought in with. Please tell me she's alive.
You ready?
Nope. All right, here we go. Scene 28. Courtney stirs awake, the sterile scent of antiseptic filling his nostrils. Blinking against the harsh fluorescent lights, he feels the cold tug of an IV needle in his arm.
Oh.
The cold tug of an IV needle in his arm.
One IV needle, please. 1 4 needle, please.
I pronounce the V in IV.
Nostrils. It's nostrils.
It's not
Oh.
Australian.
Filling his nostrils. Oh my gosh.
Make it up. It's Latin.
Fluorescent. Ligate.
That would be funny to just gaslight someone just every time. As they're like, I'm sorry, you said nostrils. Like, yeah, it's nostrils.
Actually,
Just as a direct.
It's nostrils. I say nostrils.
Just for fun.
Just for shits and giggles.
Yep. I mean, good grief.
spoiler alert, they don't do their own research.
I don't want to humiliate you, but you've been pronouncing nostrils incorrectly. I just want to pull you along. It's nostrils.
Okay, it's off.
Actually, Christine, let me and you switch, because you're gonna trade mics with her. That way she doesn't walk all the way around.
Bet you are.
His position goes.
Sure wasn't Manziel? Yeah.
Ready?
Scene 28. Courtney stirs awake, the sterile scent of antiseptic filling his nostrils. Blinking against the harsh fluorescent lights. Blinking against the harsh fluorescent lights, he feels the cold tug of an IV needle in his arm, the unfamiliar texture of a hospital gown draped over him. Disoriented, he slowly props himself up on his elbows, scanning the room, trying to make sense of his surroundings. A passing ER nurse glances his way. With an effort, Courtney raises a shaky hand to get her attention.
Excuse me, ma'am. What hospital am I in?
The ER nurse, clipboard in hand, pauses at the foot of his bed, meeting his confused gaze.
Baylor University Medical Center.
Am I okay?
You're lucky. You gave away a lot of blood, but you'll be fine with some rest. We'll discharge you in a couple of hours.
Courtney's face.
Okay. You're lucky. You gave away a lot of blood, but you'll be fine with some rest. We'll discharge you in a couple of hours.
Courtney's face suddenly tightens, panic flooding his system as he sits up straighter. His breath quickens as a memory flickers to life, sending a jolt of adrenaline through him.
Where's Sarah Adams, the woman I was brought in with? Please tell me that she's alive.
The ER nurse's kind expression falters, her gaze flickering away for a brief moment, as if considering how to respond. Her voice softens, sympathy evident across her face, though she keeps her tone professional, as if trying to distance herself from the emotional weight of his question.
She's in the ICU, and I can't tell you more than that. I'm sorry.
Where's the ICU?
The ER nurse hesitates, wary of his tone, but answers.
4th floor.
Without hesitation, Courtney yanks the IV from his arm. Blood drips down his wrist, but the pain barely registers as adrenaline overrides his senses. His vision swims for a moment as he stumbles to his feet, gripping the bed for support, but nothing will stop him.
Whoa, sir, you need to stop, or at least put on some pants.
Courtney suddenly freezes. He glances down at his hospital gown, realizing for the first time just how exposed he is. Flustered but undeterred, he turns on his heel and heads back to the bed, giving the ER nurse a fleeting, determined glance.
Where are my clothes?
The ER nurse sighs, exasperated but resigned, knowing she can't keep him from Adams.
Under the bed.
He returns to his bed and pulls the privacy curtain shut with a rough yank, muttering under his breath as he crouches and grabs his blood-stained dress pants and undershirt from beneath the bed. The fabric is stiff from Adam's dried blood, but he pulls them on with swift, jerky movements. His breath is shallow, the tension in his body clear as he stuffs his feet into a pair of hospital slippers, the only footwear available. He throws the curtain back, fully dressed, though disheveled, and heads for the elevator, every stride filled with purpose as he pushes through the sterile white hallway. His pace quickens with every step, the desperation in his eyes undeniable, as he leaves the ER nurse standing by, helpless to stop him.
Why did I tell him where the ICU was?
As he approaches the elevator, a security guard gives him a wary glance, but Courtney barely notices. His focus is singular. Sarah. The elevator doors slide open with a soft chime. As the doors close, the faint hum of the elevator is the only sound as he waits, the weight of fear and guilt pressing down on him. When the elevator doors slide open again, Courtney steps out, his eyes immediately scanning for direction. The air is colder here, the hum of machinery more pronounced. His gaze locks on the nurse's station where a lone ICU nurse is working under the harsh glow of fluorescent lights.
Where is Sarah Adams' room?
The ICU nurse barely looks up, her expression hardened by years of dealing with frantic visitors.
You must be the idiot who gave all his blood.
Just tell me where her room is.
4:05, but it's not visiting hour.
Courtney doesn't wait for her to finish, sprinting down the hallway. His heart pounds louder than the sound of his feet hitting the floor. He rounds the corner, nearly skidding to a stop as he reaches room 405. He pushes the door open. The room is dim. A soft beeping of the ventilator and monitors the only sound. Adams lies still on the bed, pale and connected to a tangle of tubes and wires. The ventilator hisses softly, filling the silence with its rhythmic pulses. Courtney freezes in the doorway, the sight of her hitting him like a locomotive at full steam.
Oh my God. Sarah.
His legs feel weak, but he forces himself forward, each step heavier than the last, until he collapses to his knees at her bedside, his hand trembling. His legs feel weak, but he forces himself forward, each step heavier than the last, until he collapses to his knees at her bedside, his trembling hand brushing a stray hair from her cold forehead. His throat tightens as a flood of guilt washes over him.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. I should have known we had a target on our backs. I should have been so damn reckless. Driving that fancy car, drawing attention to us.
Worry fills his face as he grips her hand gently, his fingers trembling. The door creaks open and a doctor walks in, closing the door quietly behind him. He stands there for a moment observing the scene before stepping closer.
You must be son.
Courtney turns to face the doctor.
Are you her doctor?
I am. How are you feeling? You know you gave a lot of blood.
I'm not too well after seeing her like this.
I was just kidding.
I'm not good at it.
Yeah,
I'll try.
Hey, it wasn't bad.
That
wasn't bad.
I should have had a doctor, and I got my MD, man.
Woo!
A doctor steps forward.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Oh, Dre? keep going.
Dr. Dre?
Dr. Dre?
No, I am Dr. Pepper. I have 23 degrees. Give you a second. Give you a second to recover on that one.
Oh, we started doctor. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, my line?
Yeah.
Okay. You must be Sanders.
Are you her doctor?
I am. How are you feeling? You gave a lot of blood.
Well, not too well after seeing her like this.
She would not have made it here if it wasn't for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true in more ways than one.
The doctor's expression softens.
She would not be alive if it wasn't for you.
But did I save her life?
The doctor hesitates, choosing his words carefully.
It's too early to tell. She's in critical condition. Now, we managed to stop all internal bleeding, but she still lost a lot of blood. And she hasn't regained consciousness.
Where was she shot exactly?
The doctor glances at the monitors before speaking, his tone grave.
She was shot twice. One bullet hit her directly in the sternum, nicking her aorta and stopping in her left lung. That shot alone could have killed her. The other bullet entered under her right breast between the 6th and 7th rib, passed through her right lung, and exited between her 8th and 9th rib. That wound caused a pneumothorax, which the paramedics successfully closed. Now, we managed to repair the damage and retrieve the first bullet, but both her lungs, they're collapsed, which is why we have her on the ventilator.
Courtney's face pales at the reality of her injuries.
Oh my God. What size bullet did you recover?
Well, after going through the sternum, it was pretty deformed, but it appeared to be a 9mm.
Do you still have it?
The Texas Rangers already got it.
The Rangers?
Yeah, it's my understanding she's a Texas Ranger.
Yes, but we are working on this case with the FBI.
Well, I'm sure you two can work it out, but there's something much more important to discuss.
Of course.
In her living will, she states that she doesn't want to be artificially kept alive after 14 days. Given her current state, I can't guarantee she'll be able to come off the ventilator by then. Or ever.
So you're telling me that you're going to have to kill her in 2 weeks?
It's her wishes, Sam.
Yo, I don't
Courtney stands up, his agitation palpable.
I don't think she considered assassination when she signed that. Plus, she is now a material witness to a federal and state investigation.
I am required by my oath to honor her wishes, and I will do so, investigation or not.
So you are willing to let her potential killer get away?
I am willing to uphold my oath. Now, I know you cared deeply for her, and this will be hard, probably the hardest thing you've ever had to do. All I can tell you is pray or seek the counseling you need.
Well, you can keep your prayers and counselors, doctor, but I will find a way to stop this madness.
The doctor places a reassuring hand on Courtney's shoulder. He looks at him with a mix of compassion and helplessness.
I'll see if we can get a blanket and a pillow in here for you.
The doctor quietly exits the room, leaving Courtney alone with Adams. The door closes with a soft click, and the room falls into a heavy silence broken only by the steady rhythm of the machines keeping her alive. Courtney stands there for a moment, his gaze fixed on Adam's frail form. Her pale skin seems to glow under the dim lights, the ventilator hissing softly as it pushes air into her lungs. Each mechanical breath feels like a ticking clock, reminding him of how precious the time is. With a deep breath, Courtney pulls a chair beside her bed, the legs scraping against the cold tile floor. The sound echoes, almost unsettling in the sterile feeling of the room. He sits down, exhaustion and fear weighing heavy on his shoulders. He reaches for her hand, his touch gentle, almost hesitant, as if he's afraid of breaking her. Her hand is cold in his, lifeless, but he holds on tight, trying to will some of his life into her. His eyes trace the tubes and wires connecting her to the machines, watching the rise and fall of the ventilator.
Sarah, I don't know how, but I know that you can hear me.
He leans in closer, his tone shifting, infused with determination and hope. His grip on her hand tightens, as if he can pull her back from the brink.
You have to pull through this. You don't give up on anything, so don't start now. The doctor thinks that the odds are against you, but he doesn't know you like I do. You thrive when the odds are against you. Hell, that's what you live for.
He pauses. He pauses, his eyes scanning her face, searching for any sign of recognition, any sign that she's still fighting.
This case is not over. Our life together is not over. So please, be the Sarah Adams that I know. Be the Sarah Adams that I fell in love with. And let's show these bastards that you can't take Sarah Adams out that easily.
He swallows hard, his breath shaky as he leans in closer. His lips brush her forehead in a tender kiss, lingering as if he can transfer his love, his strength, through that single moment of contact. His eyes close, and finally a tear escapes, rolling down his cheek and landing softly on her skin.
Sorry, I'm getting TikTok videos.
Okay.
Just acties this time?
Just acties? I think so.
All right.
Yep. Um,
Catch you later, alligator. After a while, after supper, motherfucker.
Samuel Jackson. Oh.
Samuel Jackson, in your face.
How will she know if I'm muted or not? Because I don't know if it's.
So you'll know, so right now he's not muted. Push the mute button.
Baylor University.
Okay, it was there. Well, look, can I? Well, you needed to see it too. Okay. So it's muted right now.
It's muted right now.
Okay, good. Okay. Unmuting. Okay. So, Christine, if
Matthew, you'll tell me.
let's say that was like a 3
Yeah.
as far as your energy, boosted to about an 8. Okay. So not speaking more rapidly necessarily, but a little louder, more energy. And Matthew, what do you think about having the ICU nurse on the not visiting hours? During this round, have her do it just like she did it, but then another one where she's off mic, so it sounds like she's shouting at him
Yeah,
as
so
he's running down the hallway.
kind of far away.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a special mic just for that.
Okay.
You want to try that?
A special link.
Because those you will lose everything about that far from it. You just can't hear anything.
Okay.
But I got another mic.
Let's see. On state and federal,
Yeah.
you're doing federal and state, okay, which is probably how it's written. Do state and federal.
Same federal, okay.
And then
So wait, so you want to do state and federal? Okay.
because federal being more important.
Yeah.
And you don't gain reconsciousness, do you? You just gain consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
consciousness.
So I think is that your line?
Yeah, everyday consciousness.
Regain consciousness. Yeah, that's what it is.
Do I say that?
so reconscious.
And if you could do your own echo, that'd be great.
Y'all
There you
know
go.
the,
It's not visiting hour.
you know the wrestler, Randy Savage, I mean, not Randy Savage, you know, Rob Zombie, the singer, Rob Zombie?
Yeah.
Someone said Rob Zombie looks like if you left Jason Momoa in the microwave for 2
What does he look like? I bet that mean like that, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Rob Zombie's not
That's Rob
an
Zombie.
attractive person.
yeah.
Looks like you left Jason Momoa in the microwave for a minute.
That shocked me. I don't know why. I never.
But this meme said, reason I said Randy Savage says Rob Zombie looks like the ghost of Randy Savage.
It's like Gary Busey looks like a ghost. Gary Busey.
Yes.
Is that a boom, right? Is that a boom?
It's a boom.
It's a boom, right?
Boom, boom. Ryan shot now.
You know how you thought you were calling it, like, have a boom in the show? Classic.
Yeah. Wish I had a boom. Got a boom.
Boom
guy.
guy.
We're on a rock. We hit a boom there.
Made it 3D now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like looking right at the camera.
Oh, I could take a really cool photo of you because that wall is in your glasses. So I'm seeing a check on it. Checkerboard pattern.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, let me go pee before we do this.
How many students do you have?
I'll go 11 in my voice studio and then like 20 something in the show.
Okay. The studio's in Alabama?
No, that's just my MC stuff. I have about 20 private voice students and piano students that I see either virtual or at my house and festivals, so.
Okay. I have a friend that does that and plays at a conservatory in Memphis. And she loves it, but
Can you mute your
be very
microphone?
tired. Oh, yeah. Be very tiring.
Yeah.
Do you have,
You can hear how well that air
is
conditioner
it just
sounds
school
like it.
age or college or, obviously college is easy, but people past,
Different ages.
anybody post-college? Oh, cool.
Adults and
Yeah.
pre-professional, professional, whatever.
Beautiful.
So whenever you want to do that with her, we'll turn that mic on. Otherwise, it's pretty sensitive. So.
Okay.
I'll just say it.
Now, you right now, you can hear that like it's like a hurricane.
Yeah.
Now I bet.
So we're not gonna do anything, that's gonna be a separate take.
Yeah, we'll just pause it when
Great.
we want to do this.
Okay. We don't have to do the whole thing, we just do just that, the scene with her. Right.
Yeah, for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's our 3D,
I'll be going back and recording just the
Oh, Baylor University Medical Center.
Am I okay?
Well, you're lucky. You gave away a lot of blood, but you'll be fine with some rest, and we'll discharge you in a couple hours.
Where is Sarah Adams, the woman I was brought in with? Please tell me that she's alive.
She's in the ICU. I can't tell you more than that. I'm sorry.
Where's the ICU?
4th floor. Oh, sorry. Sir, you need to stop, or at least put on some pants.
Where are my clothes?
Can you go back to ER nurse, little pause.
Where on
Yeah.
before the pants? Before pants, gotcha. Whoa, sir, you need to stop, or at least put on some pants.
Where are my clothes?
Under the bed.
Thanks.
Why did I tell him where the ICU was?
Where is Sarah Adams' room?
You must be the idiot who gave all his blood.
Just tell me where her room is.
4:05, but it's not visiting hours.
Oh my God. Sarah.
Do that one more time, yeah. Sorry.
But it's not 4:05.
Oh, wait. Can you turn 7 up?
So I just
Press 7? Yep, and turn it up.
4:05, but it's not visiting hours.
Is it okay to be that close, or does she
Yeah,
need
you're
to be
good
far
right
away?
there, yeah.
Okay.
You want to be a little bit far away from it.
All right, 4:05, but it's not visiting hours.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Marlo, stop.
Sorry.
Is this off? Okay. And then if you can boost your energy too, let's do a tape with your energy.
Energy up?
Yep.
You got it.
Energy.
We got some cocaine in the back if we need some.
Perfect.
Cocaine? Boogie sugar.
Okay. All's good. All right. Action.
Oh my God. Sarah. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I should have known that we had a target on our backs. I shouldn't have been so damn reckless. Driving that fancy car and drawing attention to us.
You must be Samuel.
Are you her doctor?
Yes. How are you feeling? You know, you gave a lot of blood.
I'm not too well after seeing her like this.
She wouldn't have been here. Sorry. She wouldn't have made it here if it wasn't for you.
Well, unfortunately, that's true in more ways than one.
She would not be alive if it wasn't for you.
Okay, but did I? Doctor, did I save her life?
It's too early to tell. She's in critical condition. Now, we managed to stop all the internal bleeding, but she lost a lot of blood, and she hasn't regained consciousness.
Where was she shot exactly?
She was shot twice. One bullet hit her directly in the sternum, making her aorta and stopping in her left lung. That shot alone could have killed her. The other bullet ended under her right breast, between her 6th and 7th rib, passed through her right lung, and exited between her 8th and 9th rib. That caused a pneumothorax, which the paramedics successfully closed. Now, we managed to repair the damage and retrieve the first bullet, but both her lungs, they collapsed, which is why we have to have her on the ventilator.
Oh my God. What size bullet did you recover?
Well, it was pretty deformed after going through the sternum. It appeared to be a 9mm.
Do you still have it?
The Texas Rangers picked it up.
With the Rangers?
Yeah, it's my understanding she is a Texas Ranger.
Yes, but she's working on a case with the FBI.
Well, I'm sure you two can work it out, but there's a more important thing to discuss.
Of course, of course.
She had a living will, and in it she stated that she doesn't want to be artificially kept alive after 14 days. Now, given her current state, I can't guarantee she'll be able to come off that ventilator by then or ever.
So, hey, you're telling me that you have to kill her in 2 weeks?
It's her wishes, Sam.
Yeah, well, I don't think that she considered assassination when she signed that. Plus, she is now a material witness to a state and federal investigation.
I'm required to honor her wishes. Let me do that again. I am required by my oath to honor her wishes, and I will do so. Investigation or not.
Oh, so you're willing to let her potential killer just get away?
I'm willing to uphold my oath. Now, I know you care deeply for her, and it will be hard. Probably the hardest thing you have ever had to experience. But all I can tell you, Sam, is to pray or seek whatever guidance you need.
All right, now you can keep your prayers and your counselors, doctor, but I will find a way to stop this madness.
Look, I'll see if we can get a blanket and pillows in here for you, all right?
Sarah, I don't know how, but I know that you can hear me. You have to pull through this. You don't give up on anything, so don't start now. This doctor, he thinks the odds are against you, but he doesn't know you like I do. You thrive when the odds are against you. Hell, that's what you live for. This case is not over. Our life together is not over. So please, be the Sarah Adams that I know. Be the Sarah Adams that I fell in love with. And let's show these bastards that you can't take Sarah Adams out that easily.
Good. Good.
And I good. Anything else?
No, not with that.
Okay.
It's 4.
Tell me. If you want to hear me.
Looks like it. Yeah, no worries.
All right.
You're right.
Whatever you think.
And it's 4. So we told them that it'd probably be till 4.
Yeah.
We can ask around, see if they can stay, or we have to finish this on Tuesday. Like that, we just have to look at the,
I'm out of town Tuesday, I won't be here.
you're out of town? Okay.
Yeah, I really like to try to finish it and push through.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Let's see, we got,
Christine, would you turn the air down?
Oh. Looking sharp.
I believe so.
what's that?
Okay.
Huh?
Look, it's Robert next.
So
It's
next,
the Robert. Okay.
yeah, Luke Scarlet, Tech 1, Tech 2, Henchman 1, and Dispatcher. It's just hard for me to set up this room too on the weekdays.
Yeah, okay.
So I gotta set it up, and I gotta put it all back together.
Right,
the next
got
day.
it. Yeah.
Like it's like, I don't get home till like 4 a.m. when I can do that. Get it that way.
And then you get 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
You can go again. If that,
Okay, this was
this is 29.
this was 28, the last one we just did.
Yep.
We got 2 more scenes left.
Okay.
And you need narrator as well, you and Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
We want more out of you, Frost. More.
Everything's gonna start sounding like Ferguson in a minute here.
Actually, we're gonna turn that AC off.
Do you want me to carry it in?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, this one was mine.
Yep.
Oh, Page 27?
Where do you want me to do my tech two?
Matthew.
The parking lot.
Yeah. You do it on, let's see,
And then I can fill in the pension.
so you're gonna fill in for henchman?
Yeah.
You wanna do that?
This is our big time scene. I'll have to change a lot of lines in this scene. I have to change a lot of lines in this scene. You mother brother. Like, there's this
Space
lady at
for,
church, and
Maddie to do it, since Chris is gonna ultimately do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I just.
Okay, okay.
You can sit over here and do it.
Okay.
she says, "Oh my garbage," and that's what she says instead of like, "Oh my god." She says, "Oh my garbage."
Who's this?
This like boss lady. Boss lady.
That's one syllable
Oh
too
my
long.
garbage.
And I'm checking.
Blah.
I'm checking. Hello.
Oh my God.
That was not the die.
Alright, so let's figure it out. So I think tech two's only got one line.
Instead of saying the word gosh, he substitutes this.
We want to switch it up. We want to switch it so he does henchman instead, or what do you think?
I think tech two has one line. Yeah, good to go.
Change the entire
That'd be good that it's
Yeah,
short.
if you were to, huh?
That'd be good that it's short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has one line too, is actually.
Why?
We don't have time for this.
Yeah, both tech,
Page 36.
tech two and,
So greedy. It's so good.
henchman, I think they each only have, each one only has like two lines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're both
Okay.
short, they're
Okay,
both
good.
short roles, so it's,
Good.
so,
Hello, Twitch.
yeah, so you're gonna do henchman?
Yes, Henchman number
Okay,
two.
yeah, so you're gonna be on this mic here.
With him?
Yeah, if you go before him anyway, and you die, or you don't die, you exit the scene before he does.
The scene changed.
Um,
Spoiler. Spoiler.
So, Michael, if you wanna start here,
Okay.
and then, Mac, he's gonna start here, he only has like one or two lines, and then he'll take over.
Well, he's gonna do both.
Hearing what?
No, he's
That
just
you'll
gonna
die
do-
one day?
Yeah, I was like, he's just gonna do henchman.
I'm tech two.
Right, Mac is tech one, Kinslow was tech two, and Chris was henchman, is originally how we had it.
Okay,
We
you
have
used to
one
henchman, I
that
think.
is bad.
Yeah, and then you used to tech two right there, tech two's like literally two lines, I think.
Oh,
You
Well,
guys remember what that was like?
No, wait, no, sorry, we can't do that, it's tech two's in that.
Another
I
scene,
remember
yeah.
it vividly. I was in vacation Bible school,
Yeah,
and I was
but
like,
originally, when we did it last time, henchman.
I was
Okay,
like,
so you did it,
And then but
What?
Chris will end up doing it.
Okay.
Wait, hold up.
Which mic do you want me on for the
Like,
dispatch?
the fact that my immortality died in that Bible.
Yeah, that's
class. I thought it was gonna look faster.
Yes.
All right, everyone. We will begin.
I mean, we can always pause and set for Mike, so it sounds
Luke and Scarlett's armored truck rumbles down the road, massive and imposing. The engine hums with a steady roar as Scarlett.
All right, Jamie.
Okay, 2-4, we have a last minute order that needs to be picked up about 2 miles from your current location. It is not much, so it shouldn't take long. I'm
Hold on,
sending.
hold on. Sorry, I can't hear her because you're.
Oh, sorry.
You can go.
Okay, 2-4, we have a last minute order that needs to be picked up about 2 miles from your current location. It is not much, so it shouldn't take long. I'm sending the
Hold on a
address.
second. Reason.
Yeah, I'll drive up.
There you go.
Can you mute your mic real quick?
Even
Okay, can you?
Okay, 2-4, we have a last minute order that needs to be picked up about 2 miles from your current location.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
It is not much, so.
That's fine. I found the problem. I didn't have your mic stuff.
We want lots of vocal fry. Lots of it.
I'm not gonna give you that much.
Just this.
I'll give you a little
Luke
bit.
and Scarlett's armored truck rumbles down the road.
Jamie, can you go again? Sorry.
Okay, 2-4, we have a last minute order that needs to be picked up about 2 miles from your current location. It's not much, so it shouldn't take long.
That's good. Okay, sorry. Dispatcher. Who else is being on that mic?
Me.
That's Tech 2.
Tech one.
Tech 1. Anybody else on that mic?
I will be.
You will be able to?
Yeah.
Okay, Tech.
Welcome to the criminal business, sweetheart. We kill people in this business all the time. Oh, my mother died in this business. I killed her.
You double crossed me.
Okay, alright, we can go.
Yeah, testing. You know, don't worry. He has everything planned out.
Perfect, gotcha. Alright, and Maddie?
Don't get too ahead of yourself. It's only been 2 weeks. But I am starting to get worried that we haven't heard from your contacts.
Got it. Okay.
That turned.
This is 29.
Yep.
Oh, I do have a question. For like this take, I'm reading everything exactly as it is, and then when we go back and forth, am I changing it for like the curse words and stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as is. Well,
Understood.
we have contact in this one.
Oh. Okay.
I gotta get the thing for that.
Wait. It's not on here. On 29.
Who? Where? When?
Yeah, because we have a phone call with him.
I didn't listen to the top.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, is it a special mic to distort the
Yeah.
voice?
It's modulated.
Mm.
Oh, you got a voice changer? Oh, yeah. Sounds like Darth Vader when I say Luke. Luke. So I say it a lot. I
That's
wrote it
so
in.
funny.
Can you make it sound like you have helium?
Yeah. The first time I had quite a bit of overtone.
Luke!
It's like nobody's going to.
Just listen. The dispatcher is about to come over to the radio and tell you do not stop.
I mean, it's actually more terrifying when people die. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm going to murder you. I hate you. You'll pay for this.
So you can do a good Gollum, can't you?
I was gonna say, don't you?
That quality. Gollum and who was it?
That's actually kind of a voice that I use with my kids.
Okay.
It's actually Steve the Tickle Monster.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Did go over at the nursing home the same way.
Well, it is.
That character there.
Initially, no, but
I'm starting to get the hang of driving this big boy.
Oof.
I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time.
Well, you like to have me? Another Dave? Good versus evil.
Yeah. Watching cartoons, you hear those voices, you're like, how does somebody do that?
Yep.
Practice.
Yep. Go, Gadget.
Speak of the devil. It's him.
Love that. Did you know that they're doing a live action Voltron? And what's his name? Henry Cavill's supposed to be in it.
With people. Why can't they just make movies? Like,
No.
why can't we just?
No, you want to revisit everything.
No.
Like that.
I think eventually we're just going to run out of nostalgia. Like, I no longer give a shit about any of the toys from when I was growing up
Right,
because they're all ruined.
Yeah.
No more Christmas.
Yep.
Yeah. I saw that just the other night. They were going to do that.
You look like you would enjoy Almighty's
And they're doing Masters of the Universe.
Are they really? Who's playing that? Because that's.
I don't know.
I saw the Dolph Lundgren one in the theater.
We should watch
I was really glad she did that.
I have heard about
And
that.
Courtney Cox.
Really?
The Bear.
Oh,
We
yeah.
should watch the Bear.
I'm scared of him like that.
You're right.
I'm scared of real life.
So I get
You're
committed.
going-
Now I get over
It's not a show necessarily to relax and watch.
Oh, the anxiety of the bear.
They're in the kitchen and things are going on. Your experience is that. And then in the episodes when they're not in the restaurant.
Okay, want to hear what,
Yeah.
They're with their family, it's just messed up.
record your,
Oh, okay.
record on, let them know so they know what he sounds like.
When they have Christmas.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I've seen that one.
Oh, we're gonna hear the contact.
You're going to be terrified.
I forgot you were here.
It wasn't me. It was
The dispatcher's about to come over the radio to tell you your next stop. It will be at one of my warehouses. Luke, you will need to hack into
Why
the
is it
central
Kylo Ren?
inside of the truck with access codes to an identical transmitter box. Now, dispatch will be keeping an eye on how long you.
That's so good.
Ooh.
That's so good.
You're gonna be funny with this one.
And I'm like, ha ha, let's talk context.
This guy wants jokes. I can feel it. He wants jokes.
Ooh. Man, you know, this girl's brave. I don't know.
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
It's 8, 9, 10.
Scene 29. Luke and Scarlett's armored truck rumbles down the road, massive and imposing. The engine hums with a steady roar as Scarlett grips the steering wheel, her eyes locked on the road. Luke sits in the back, surrounded by secured cargo, his legs stretched out. The open partition between them allows them to talk freely. Scarlett glances into the rearview mirror, smirking.
You know, I'm starting to get the hang of driving this big boy.
Don't get too ahead of yourself. It's only been 2 weeks. But I am starting to get worried that we haven't heard from the contacts.
Don't worry, he has everything planned out.
I'm sure. I just don't want to retire here before he decides to act.
Suddenly, Luke's phone buzzes in his pocket. He pulls it out, checking the screen, his eyebrows raising in mild surprise.
Speak of the devil. It's him.
Well, answer it.
I am. Jeez.
Luke taps the screen and puts the call on speaker as he scoots closer to the partition, putting the phone up so Scarlett can hear. The truck's interior falls into an expectant silence.
Scarlet and Luke's armored car service. How may we be of service?
A cold voice, the contact, crackles through the speaker, cutting through the levity like a knife.
Do you two take anything seriously?
Well, we find that joking around makes stealing from completely innocent people a little easier to swallow.
Just listen. The dispatcher is about to come over the radio to tell you your next stop. It will be at one of my warehouses. Luke, you will need to hack into the transmitter box inside of the truck and copy the access codes to an identical transmitter box. Now, dispatch will be keeping an eye on how long you're in the warehouse, so you will not have much time. When you do this,
I don't know. I've never seen this transmitter box. Where is it even located?
don't worry about that. I will have a technician take care of it. Just focus on copying the access codes. Good luck.
The call ends abruptly, leaving the truck in tense silence. Then the crackling voice of the dispatcher cuts through the air, causing Scarlet to jump.
Okay, 2-4. We have a last-minute order that needs to be picked up about 2 miles from your current location. It's not much, so it shouldn't take long. I'm sending the address to your co-driver.
Scarlet grabs the radio, her fingers gripping it with slight unease that she tries to hide from Luke.
Roger that, dispatch. We'll head there now.
I know you'll head there now because I just told you to.
Scarlet's jaw tightens as she fights back her annoyance, keeping her cool. She takes a sharp breath, frustration evident in her voice.
I was just confirming.
I don't need you to confirm what I already know.
Rolling her eyes, Scarlet snaps the radio back onto its receiver with a little too much force. She mutters under her breath.
Still a bitch.
Luke, leaning forward to check his phone, lets out a quiet chuckle. His fingers tap the screen as he glances at the address.
Okay. Just take this left up here, and the warehouse will be on the right, just a ways up.
Scarlet nods, her eyes flickering briefly to Luke before she signals and... Ooh. Yikes. Scarlet nods, her eyes flicking briefly to Luke before she signals and takes the left turn, the truck's heft evident by its roll. As they drive, her hands tighten around the wheel, knuckles white with anticipation. She glances sideways at Luke, her voice soft but tinged with nerves.
Are you ready, Luke?
I'm just ready for this to be over.
Scarlet points to a rundown building. Its rusted exterior and broken windows make it look abandoned.
Is it this warehouse here?
Luke peers out the window, squinting at the large faded letters barely visible on the side of the building.
I believe so.
All right, I'm pulling in.
Scarlet slows the truck, turning into the entrance. The gravel crunches beneath the tires as they roll up to the warehouse. Standing by the entrance is a large, rough-looking man in a black suit, his posture rigid, arms crossed. He raises one hand and signals for Scarlet to pull up.
Oh, there's a guy.
A very scary guy.
Scarlet pulls the truck to a stop next to the man, rolling down the window. The henchman leans in, his face expressionless, but eyes sharp.
Who's the henchman? You have to get on different mics. I got that one a little.
Okay. What page is it?
30.
Scarlet?
Scarlet flashes a sarcastic smile, not missing a beat.
You can just call me the driver.
The henchman doesn't react. He touches the Bluetooth earpiece clipped to his ear and speaks into it.
It's her. The contact said you try to be funny.
Honey, I am funny. Don't have to try.
All right, just pull into the warehouse and back up the truck next to the other one. Go ahead and radio into your dispatcher that you have arrived.
Scarlet rolls the window up without a word, her smirk fading as the reality of the situation sets in. The armored truck rolls forward, its headlights cutting through the dimly lit warehouse interior. The industrial space feels vast and cold. Scarlet reaches for the radio, her voice steady but with an underlying tension.
Dispatch, we made it to the warehouse.
I see you on the GPS. Just be quick. You're already behind schedule.
Scarlet sighs as she clicks off the radio. Inside the warehouse, the vast concrete floor is mostly bare, except for an identical armored parked truck. Inside the warehouse, the vast creek Inside the warehouse, the vast concrete floor is mostly bare, except for an identical armored truck parked along the far wall and a metal table with a computer and various cables strewn across it. The men in the white mechanics jumpsuits 2 men in white mechanics jumpsuits stand, waiting for them.
All right. There's the other truck. Looks like that guy's telling you to back around. All right. There's the other truck. Looks like that guy's telling you to back in on the right side of it.
One of the men, Tech 1, directs Scarlet where to back in. A large support beam stands perilously close to the maneuvering spot. Scarlet squints at the space and nods, more to herself than to Luke.
All right, no problem.
She throws the truck in reverse, her eyes darting between the side mirrors and the rear view. The truck lurches back slowly, edging toward the tight spot.
Watch out for that pole.
I see it.
The truck continues to reverse, getting closer to the beam. Luke's fingers tap nervously, his posture stiffening.
Watch out for that pole.
I told you, I see it.
But her confidence is shaken as the truck inches dangerously close. The narrow space is deceptive, and just as Scarlet starts to correct her angle,
The freaking pole!
a loud metallic screech fills the warehouse as the side of the truck grazes the support beam. The echo of metal on metal reverberates in the otherwise empty space. The men outside, Tech 1 and Tech 2, jump, raising their hands for her to stop.
Oh, it's that close.
Luke drops his head into his hands.
I knew you didn't see it.
Scarlet throws the truck into park and unbuckles, her expression set in stone as she shoots Luke a pointed look.
All right, let's get this over with.
They both climb out of the truck, their boots hitting the concrete floor with purpose. They walk around the back of the vehicle to meet the technicians. Tech 1, a lanky man with grease-streaked hands, smirks as he approaches them.
Nice bit of driving.
Scarlet shoots him a glare, not in the mood for small talk.
Okay, we're on a tight schedule here. Let's cut the sarcasm.
Oh, now you don't have time for sarcasm?
I'm the technician.
Of course your name is the technician.
We'll pull the transponder from your truck. Luke, you'll take it over to the computer. All you've got to do is hook it up and download the access codes. Once that's done, we'll transfer them to a new transmitter later.
Scarlet crosses her arms, her patience wearing thin.
Great. What are you wasting time for? Go get the transponder out of the truck. Our dispatch.
Before she can finish her sentence, Tech 2 appears from behind the truck, already holding the black transponder unit in his hands. He gives it directly to Luke, moving with quiet efficiency. Tech 2, shorter but stockier than his partner, gives a brief nod to Luke. Scarlet looks back at Tech 1, her hand on her hip.
Did you plan this to make me look like an idiot?
Tech 1 doesn't miss a beat, his smirk widening as he leans slightly toward her.
No, we don't have to plan to do that.
Ha.
Luke moves with purpose, taking the transponder to the metal table where the computer waits. He connects the device, the steady hum of the machine filling the cold industrial air. Scarlet and Tech 1 follow behind, watching over his shoulder. Luke's fingers fly over the keyboard, his focus unbroken. He leans in closer, his face lit by the glow of the screen.
Okay, it's encrypted, but I should be able to get around it with the gray key extraction.
So sexy when you talk about extraction.
Luke smirks, but doesn't take his eyes off the screen. Tech 1, now standing beside Scarlet, turns to her.
You have yet to do anything here other than direct me into a pole.
Oh, so that's how it happened.
That's how I'm going to remember it.
Before the banter can escalate, the crackling voice of the dispatcher bursts through the radio.
2-4, what's taking so long at the warehouse? Oh, I'm sorry. 2-4, what's taking so long at the warehouse?
Sounds like your radio just went off.
Oh, shit. Excuse me.
Scarlet quickly turns and dashes back to the truck, nearly slipping on the loose dirt on the warehouse floor. She picks up the radio with a sense of urgency.
This is 2-4. Can you repeat?
What is taking you so long at the warehouse? It was supposed to be a small pickup.
Scarlet stifles a groan, thinking on her feet. She glances back at Luke, who is still engrossed in his work.
Well, you know Luke.
No, I don't know Luke.
Luke's head jerks up, his eyes widening. He catches her eye and, with an exaggerated expression, silently mouths his alias. Scarlet's brain scrambles to recover.
Did I say Luke?
I mean, I did it. I was like, what?
But he silently mouths it. Can you just get just the sound of your mouth? Luke's head jerks up, his eyes widening. He catches her eye and, with an exaggerated expression, silently mouths his alias. Scarlett's brain scrambles to recover.
Did I say Luke? I meant James. You know how he likes to talk.
No, that sounds exactly opposite of James. I don't think he has said 5 words to me. It's you that is always blabbering on.
Scarlett grimaces as Luke chuckles under his breath, shaking his head. Scarlett grimaces as Luke chuckles under his breath, shaking his head at her fumble.
Well, I guess you don't know him like I do.
There's a tense pause before the dispatcher speaks again, clearly losing patience.
Whatever. Is the load picked up or not?
James is working on it.
Well, he better get moving.
Copy that.
Scarlett slams the radio back into its receiver, her frustration bubbling under the surface as she turns on her heel and strides back to where Luke is still focused on decrypting the transponder codes. His eyes flicker up to hers briefly.
How's it coming?
Cracking the firewall is a little bit harder than I thought.
Tech 1, who had been standing nearby, steps closer, curiosity piqued.
I'm getting there.
Well, can you get there a little quicker?
Scarlett's foot taps impatiently against the floor, her gaze bouncing between Luke and the technicians.
Rushing me doesn't help.
It's not me, it's the dispatcher. She thinks we should be done already. Yep.
Tech 1 leans in towards Scarlett, his demeanor suddenly casual, like they aren't in the middle of a high-stakes operation.
So, where you from?
Scarlett glares at him, incredulous.
Really?
What?
Kind of being rushed here, not in the mood for flirting.
Tech 1 raises his hands in mock surrender, a sheepish grin. Tech 1 raises his hands in mock surrender, a sheepish grin on his face.
Not like you're doing anything right now.
Before Scarlett can retort, the dispatcher's voice crackles through the radio again, laced with growing impatience.
2-4, I have you still sitting at the warehouse. Are you in trouble?
Damn, she's persistent.
She walks briskly back to the truck, every movement sharp with frustration. Her heart pounds as she snatches the radio.
Dispatch, this is 2-4. Everything is fine.
Well, get him moving.
Scarlett hesitates for a second, then makes a snap decision.
Actually, I kind of hit a pole at the warehouse. We are figuring out the whole situation now.
Of course, you hit a pole. I am calling the police to send someone out.
Scarlett's blood runs cold. Panic flashes in her eyes as she grips the radio tighter.
No, we don't need that. It is really not a big deal.
I've already called them. They'll be there in 2 minutes. Just sit tight.
Scarlett's heart lurches as she tosses the radio back into the truck.
Shit! Luke, you better work faster. The police will be here in 2 minutes.
Shit!
Tech 1 pulls out a pistol with a swift, practiced motion and presses it to Luke's head. The tension in the air thickens immediately. Scarlett hurries back over to Luke, her eyes widening as she sees the gun. She tries to keep her voice steady, but there's an edge of panic.
What are you doing?
Tech 1 deviously smirks, his eyes glinting with menace. Scarlett's pulse pounds in her ears as she glances from the gun to Luke.
I don't think the contact would agree with your motivation.
Tech 2 emerges from the shadows behind Scarlett and presses a pistol to her head. The cold metal sends a shiver down her spine, her breath catching in her throat.
Actually, he was the one who told us to kill you if you couldn't deliver.
Welcome to the criminal underworld, sweetheart. Welcome to the criminal business, sweetheart.
I'm almost there, okay?
His eyes look towards Scarlett, the fear clear in both their expressions. Time feels like it's slipping away as he works feverishly, the quick tapping of keys filling the oppressive silence.
There! It's done.
Tech 1 leans over to check the computer screen, his smirk returning. Both he and Tech 2 lower their pistols from Luke and Scarlett's heads, the tension in the room finally breaking.
It's amazing what a person can do with proper motivation.
Tech 1 casually puts the original transponder from the computer and tosses it. Tech 1 casually pulls the original transponder from the computer and tosses it to Tech 2, who catches it effortlessly and walks briskly to the back of the TransSafe truck. I'm going to do that one more time. Tech 1 casually pulls the original transponder from the computer and tosses it to Tech 2, who catches it effortlessly. The hardest word in here is effortlessly. That's A nice irony. Tech 1 casually pulls the original transponder from the computer and tosses it to Tech 2, who catches it effortlessly and walks briskly to the back of the TransSafe truck. Scarlet stands frozen for a moment, her chest rising and falling as she tries to steady her breath. Her hands fall to her sides, fists clenched. Her eyes, burning with fury, remain locked on Tech 1. Without warning, she storms toward him and slaps him hard across the face. The sound reverberates through the empty warehouse, sharp and loud. Tech 1's head barely moves, and he slowly turns back to face her unfazed, his expression eerily calm.
You motherfucker! You think you can just threaten us?
Tech 1 rubs his cheek, more amused than hurt. Scarlet's nostrils flare as she glares at him, seething.
How can you threaten someone's life so nonchalantly?
Tech 1 steps forward, leaning in slightly, his eyes cold and unfeeling.
Who did you think you're dealing with? The fucking Girl Scouts? We're criminals. We don't do polite. We do results. We are not here to provide good customer service.
Tech 2 yells from the back of the van.
Good to go.
Tech 1 smirks, throwing a mocking glance towards Scarlet and Luke. Luke, understanding the situation, nudges Scarlet gently.
Go, Scarlet.
But Scarlet isn't done. She points a finger toward Tech 1's face, and her voice trembling with a mix of anger and adrenaline.
You're a fucking asshole.
Tech 1 just chuckles, his eyes glinting with amusement as Scarlet and Luke make their way back to the armored truck. You ready? Into a microphone. When I say Tech 1 chuckles, it's a real subtle hint I'm going to give you. You ready? Tech 1 just chuckles, his eyes glinting with amusement as the Scarlet and Luke make their way back to the armored truck. Scarlet moves with purpose, her posture stiff with barely contained fury. She climbs into the driver's seat, slamming the door. Her hands grip the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles turn white. She starts the engine with a hard turn of the key, the hum of the truck masking the heavy tension still hanging in the air. As the engine roars to life, Tech 2 approaches the window before Scarlet and Luke can escape.
Try not to hit the pole this time.
Scarlet's eyes narrow into a glare. Without missing a beat, she flips him off, her gaze never leaving him as he... Her gaze never leaving his. Got it. Scarlet's eyes narrow into a glare. Without missing a beat, she flips him off, her gaze never leaving his as she speaks, her voice low and venomous.
Fuck you and your boyfriend.
With that, she slams the truck into gear, the tires screeching against the concrete as she peels out of the warehouse. The armored truck hits the pavement hard, bouncing slightly as Scarlet floors the accelerator. The truck tears down the road, dust and gravel kicking up in their wake, obscuring the warehouse behind. Inside, Scarlet's jaw is set, her eyes focused straight ahead. The radio crackles to life once more, the dispatcher's voice cutting through the moment.
2-4, I have you moving. I gave you explicit instructions to wait for the police.
Luke leans forward, quickly grabbing the radio before Scarlet can respond, his voice calm but firm.
Dispatch, we're already behind. We thought it would make more sense just to keep on going. The damage is only cosmetic.
Well, you better make up time then.
Scarlet reaches over and twists the radio off with an angry flick of her wrist. She exhales sharply, her fingers tightening around the wheel again.
Can you believe those guys threatening us like that?
He was right, Scarlet. What did you expect? People in this business don't joke around. This is not just some fairy tale.
Scarlet's lips press together, the weight of his words sinking in. She keeps her eyes on the road, but there's a vulnerability in her voice now.
Honestly, I didn't know what to expect.
Luke looks at her, his face softening.
Can you see why I was worried about working with the contact? Guys like him always get what they want, no matter the cost. As soon as we become a liability to him, we're done for.
Scarlet finally looks over to him, her eyes genuine. For the first time, the fear she's been pushing down rises to the surface.
Do you just want to go back to Austin and forget this?
It's too late We know too much. We at least have to finish this job if we want a chance of making it out.
There's a moment of silence before Scarlet speaks again, her voice small, almost vulnerable.
I'm sorry for getting you involved with all this, Luke.
Luke looks over at her, and despite the danger, there's a softness in his eyes. He reaches out, gently placing his hand on hers.
Well, we're deep in it. But we're deep in it. Well, we're deep in it. But we're deep in it together. No matter what, hey, I am not leaving you.
Scarlet glances at him, her expression softening for the first time in what feels like hours. She offers a small, grateful smile as the truck speeds toward their uncertain fate.
Yep. Let's see. Scarlet. Well, let me start. Oh, sorry. What do you think about the dispatcher says I don't need you to confirm what I already know?
Yeah.
What if you did? I don't need you to confirm what I already confirmed.
We can try it.
That's one thing.
We got good take. We got one good take, so we can definitely try it.
Okay. I believe. Now you say I believe so when she asks about the building. Is that the building, or is that? And you say I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so.
At this take, do it where we feel the stress he's under, because it's very casual.
All right.
And it kind of worked, but let's just see what the
Okay.
other one
Cool.
is. What is it that that Scarlett does that possibly makes her look like an idiot? I don't remember. There's something that they
Running-
say something or
running
something
into the
you
pole?
do. Huh?
Running into the pole?
No, she's
Oh,
explaining something that he's already doing.
Yeah, I was like, go get the transponder out of the truck, but then they show up with it. I'm like, why are we standing around waiting for you to go do that?
Okay. There's a line, Maddie, you say something, blank extraction?
Gray key extraction. This is
Gray?
Gray key extraction.
Okay, that needs to be, because I couldn't understand.
Gray
key extraction, yeah.
Just need a gray.
There's a scene where, or a moment when I think Joe says that she inhales and something catches in her throat,
Mm-hmm.
and that would be a nice thing to have.
Okay.
I was curious about that. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Let's see.
I don't know.
All right.
You're looking at her. Miss Michaela's like,
Probably next truck supervisor.
yeah. I'll keep going.
Because there's one that I just saw, but I don't think that there's another one. There's a stifles a groan, but that's not the one you're talking about.
This is, yeah. We're talking about-
That's hard to.
I'm gonna find it. I'll find it.
Who has the line about criminal business? Yeah, it's you. Do one where you criminal. Do one where you punch criminal instead of business. Okay. Right now you're doing business.
Oh, I found this.
Okay.
At the top, it's when they hold the gun to my head. The cold metal sends a shiver down her spine, her breath catching in her throat. Page 38.
Okay. So we'll and then on this take, we'll need to. Do you want to say the line, then say the clean version, right then, or?
Yeah, whatever. You can say the clean version now. I just say whatever comes to you, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if it really sucks, I can always just lump it out. But
They are incapable of something. That's right.
Wait, you weren't supposed to suck at this? This is exciting.
Hey, Maddie.
We need it for 8 hours.
Maddie, when you do, we know too much, punch much on this take. Because you're doing, we know too much. And that's good, but let's try it much. More than much. All right, that's a lot of it. All I know.
okay.
Do you want to do the take two breath catching her throat
Yeah.
thing?
Or
Oh.
Then I can leave.
Oh yeah, I just said it. Is it 38?
Page 38.
Tech 2 emerges. Does he? Tech 2 emerges from the shadows behind Scarlet and presses a pistol to her head. The cold metal sends a shiver down her spine, her breath catching in her throat.
Perfect. That was great.
That's what they needed.
That's the best stifle I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Catch!
Yep. And if you guys want to
Catch!
use the fourth microphone too, now that Joe's gonna be
Yep, I'm out.
I'm
out.
Bye, Joe.
Peace.
Maybe Tech 1 and then Dispatcher and Tech 2? Because you have a lot more. You'll do whatever you want. I'm not in charge.
Love your glasses.
I know, they're so
So
cool.
stylish.
I know.
Readers, they were on Oprah's list, apparently.
Oh.
They're very nice.
Listening to Oprah.
Oh.
She led you right, girl.
I looked on Amazon, and apparently that was a selling location. So Oprah likes these.
Oh yeah, I think that was
It's
my
good
water.
enough for
that I
Oprah.
set down.
What's that?
Was that not your water? Or do you know?
One of these was.
I brought mine in, and it might have been that one, and I'm sorry.
Okay, this one has less in it. Did you drink a lot more than that?
Yes.
Okay, that's probably.
Okay. Thank you. I'll get out of your way.
I don't have any disease I know of anymore.
Yeah, me neither.
That you know of.
Me neither.
That's always penicillin will fix most of it.
My wife's allergic to penicillin.
Is she really?
Yeah.
So is my mom.
So there's no helping you, basically.
Yeah.
It's like,
Ready?
All right.
yeah.
If you read that real quick, make sure it's still.
Oh.
Make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know you got energy.
I have to turn it down because I can hear that voice pick up everything else.
Ah.
So I have to realize that.
I joke.
And speed.
Action.
You know, I'm starting to get the hang of driving this big boy.
Don't get too ahead of yourself. It's only been 2 weeks. But I am starting to get worried that we haven't heard from the contact.
Don't worry, he has everything planned out.
I'm sure. I just don't want to retire here before he decides to act. Speak of the devil. It's him.
Well, answer it.
I am. Jeez.
Scarlet and Luke's armored car service. How may we be of service?
You two take anything seriously?
Well, we find that joking around makes stealing from completely innocent people a little easier to swallow.
Just listen. The dispatcher is about to come over the radio to tell you your next stop. It will be one of my warehouses. Luke, you will need to hack into the transmitter box inside of the truck and copy the access codes to our identical transmitter box. Now, dispatcher will be keeping an eye on how long you are in the warehouse, so you will not have much time. Can you do this?
I don't know. I've never seen this transmitter box. Where is it even located?
Can you do that before? Sometimes I hope this is that feedback. Can you hear yourself?
Hello? Now I can.
Okay. It may be easier if you can hear yourself.
Okay.
So if we go back, if it was just falling off.
That won't pick it up?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. We should be good.
On this one? Okay.
Yep. So if we go over to Scarlet Luke's armored car service.
Mm-hmm. Scarlet and Luke's armored car service. How may we be of service?
You never take anything seriously.
Well, we find that joking around makes stealing from completely innocent people a little easier to swallow.
Just listen. The dispatcher is about to come over the radio to tell you your next stop. It will be one of my warehouses. Luke, you will need to hack into the transmitter box inside of the truck and copy the access codes for the identical transmitter box. Now, dispatcher will be keeping an eye out on how long you're in the warehouse, so you will not have much time. Can you do this?
I don't know. I've never seen this transmitter box. Where is it even located?
Don't worry about that. Our technician will take care of it. Just focus on copying the access codes. Good luck.
Okay, 2-4. We have a last minute order that needs to be picked up about 2 miles from your current location. It is not much, so it shouldn't take long. I'm sending the address to your co-driver.
Roger, that dispatch will head there now.
I know you'll head there now because I just told you to.
I was just confirming.
I don't need you to confirm what I just confirmed.
Still an ass.
Okay. Just take this left up here and the warehouse will be on our right, just a ways up.
Are you ready, Luke?
I'm just ready for this to be over.
Is it this warehouse here?
I believe so.
All right, I'm pulling in. Oh, there's a guy.
A very scary guy.
Oh,
You're gonna eat that one.
all right. Scarlett,
You can just call me the driver.
it's her. The contract said you try to be funny.
Except you said contract.
The contact. Okay. It's her. The contact said you try to be funny.
Honey, I am funny. Don't have to try.
All right, just pull into the warehouse and back truck up next to the other one. Go ahead and radio in your dispatcher that you have arrived.
Dispatch, we made it to the warehouse.
I see you on the GPS. Just be quick. You're already behind schedule.
All right. There's the other truck. Looks like that guy is telling you to back in on the right side of it.
All right, no problem.
Watch out for that pole.
I see it.
Watch out for the pole.
I told you I see it.
The freaking pole!
Whoa!
Oh, it's that close.
No, you didn't see.
All right, let's get this over with.
Nice bit of driving there.
Okay, we're on a tight schedule here. Let's cut the sarcasm.
Oh, now you don't have time for sarcasm?
I'm the technician.
Of course, your name is the technician.
We'll pull the transponder from your truck. Luke, you'll take it over to the computer. All you gotta do is hook it up and download the access codes. Once that's done, we'll transfer them to a new transmitter later.
Great. What are you wasting time for? Go get the transponder out of the truck. Our dispatch. Did you plan this to make me look like an idiot?
No, we don't have to plan to do that.
Ha ha.
Can we go back to Tech 1? I just noticed an error in the writing. The last line, it says transmitter. It should be transponder, not transmitter. So there's an error in the writing here. So you can do that line again.
Okay.
Bless you.
Matt, do one take with planned.
Oh, yeah. We'll pull the transponder from your truck. Luke, you'll take it over to the computer. All you've got to do is hook it up and download the access codes. Once that's done, we'll transfer them to a new transponder later.
Great. What are you wasting time for? Go get the transponder out of the truck. Our dispatch. Did you plan this to make me look like an idiot?
No, we don't have to plan to do that.
Ha ha.
Okay, it's encrypted, but I should be able to get around it with a gray key extraction.
So sexy when you talk about extraction.
Can you let him work?
You have yet to do anything here other than direct me into a pole.
Oh, so that's how it happened.
That's how I'm going to remember it.
2-4, what's taking so long at the warehouse?
Sounds like you're waiting.
Oh, crap. Excuse me. This is 2-4. Can you repeat?
What is taking you so long at the warehouse? It was supposed to be a small pickup.
Well, you know Luke.
No, I don't know Luke.
Did I say Luke? I meant James. You know how he likes to talk.
No, that sounds exactly opposite of James. I don't think he said 5 words to me. It's you that's always blabbering on.
Well, I guess you don't know him like I do.
Whatever, is the load picked up or not?
James is working on it.
Well, he better get moving.
Copy that. How's it coming?
Cracking the firewall is a little bit harder than I thought.
Can you do it?
I'm getting there.
Well, can you get there a little quicker?
Rushing me doesn't help.
It's not me. It's the dispatcher. She thinks we should be done already.
Crap.
Yep.
So, where you from?
Really?
What?
Kind of being rushed here, not in the mood for flirting.
It's not like you're doing anything right now.
2-4, I have you still sitting at the warehouse. Are you in trouble?
Damn, she's persistent. Dispatch, this is 2-4. Everything is fine.
Well, get a move on.
Actually, I kind of hit a poll at the warehouse. We're figuring out the whole situation now.
Of course you hit a pole. I'm calling the police to send someone out.
No, we don't need that. It is really not a big deal.
I've already called them. They'll be there in 2 minutes. Just sit tight.
If you do that, no, we don't need that. You just gotta like rough it up.
Yes. No, we don't need that. It is really not a big deal.
I've already called them. They'll be there in 2 minutes. Just sit tight.
Crap! Luke, you better work faster. The police will be here in 2 minutes.
Shit is right.
What are you doing?
Giving him motivation.
I don't think the contact would agree with your motivation.
Actually, he was the one who. Sorry.
While we're stopped, let's do
Oh,
Yeah, I said crap.
You did.
And then no one else said crap.
I'll say crap.
I didn't know what you wanted to do. We did something else. Crap is right.
You're like, crap, motherfucker.
Do you want to go back from me saying that? Okay. Crap, Luke, you better work faster. The police will be here in 2 minutes.
Crap is right.
So I agree that both you guys clicked. You got real excited to say crap.
Crap, Luke, you better work faster. The police will be here in 2 minutes.
Crap is right.
What are you doing?
Giving him motivation.
I don't think the contact would agree with your motivation.
Actually, he was the one that told us to kill you if you couldn't deliver.
Welcome to the criminal business.
I'm almost there, okay?
Can we do that again? Yeah. Welcome to the criminal business, sweetheart.
I'm almost there, okay? There! It's done!
It's amazing what a person can do with the proper motivation.
You prick! You think you can just threaten us?
It worked, didn't it?
How can you threaten someone's life so nonchalantly?
Who did you think you're dealing with?
Freaking.
I think you're yeah. If freaking or you just skip it altogether and just say the Girl Scouts.
Who did you think you're dealing with? The Girl Scouts? We're criminals. We don't do polite. We do results. We are not here to provide good customer service.
Good to go.
Y'all better get a move on.
Let's go, Scarlet.
You are a freaking ass.
Hey, try not to hit the pole this time.
Screw you and your boyfriend.
2-4, I have you moving. I gave you explicit instructions to wait for the police.
Dispatch, we're already behind. We thought it would make more sense to just keep going. The damage is only cosmetic.
Well, you better make up time then.
Can you believe those guys threatening us like that?
He was right, Scarlet. What did you expect? People in this business don't joke around. This is not some fairy tale.
Honestly, I didn't know what to expect.
Can you see why I was worried about working with the contact? Guys like him always get what they want no matter the cost. As soon as we become a liability to him, we're done for.
Do you just want to go back to Austin and forget this?
It's too late now. We know too much. We at least have to finish this job if we want any chance of making it out.
I'm sorry for getting you involved with all this, Luke.
Well, we're deep in it. But we're deep in it together. No matter what, hey! I am not leaving you.
Honestly, I didn't know what to expect. In response to, what did you expect? People in this business don't joke around.
All right, do that one more time.
Okay.
It was odd.
Yes. Heard.
So you want to start with Luke? And we
Yeah,
can see Scarlet?
and then I'll let it go a little bit so we can get to any chance of some blah 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 out. You know, you say something about any chance of blah 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 out. Let's do one. You're punching out. Let's do one take where you do any.
Her.
Any chance of.
Yeah. I see you. Middle of 41. It's too late.
Yeah.
Now. Yep.
All right, so you just want to go from, can you guys believe, oh wait, were you better,
Can you believe those
can
guys?
you believe those
Yeah.
guys all the way down to the end of the scene?
Yeah.
Okay.
Action.
Can you believe those guys threatening us like that?
He was right, Scarlet. What did you expect? People in this business don't joke around. This is not some fairy tale.
Honestly, I didn't know what to expect.
Can you see why I was worried about working with the contact? Guys like him always get what they want, no matter the cost. As soon as we become a liability to him, we're done for.
Do you just want to go back to Austin and forget this?
It's too late now. We know too much. We at least have to finish this job if we want any chance of making it out.
I'm sorry for getting you involved with all this, Luke.
Well, we're deep in it. But we're deep in it together. And no matter what, hey, I am not leaving you.
Yeah, very good.
I thought we changed that line the last time. It's such a great ending.
Mm.
I don't know if you guys need to do that.
Okay, and then there's one thing here with Henslow. He's a check.
Unmute the mic too.
Weird.
The only thing is, I think it was just on the last line, no better gonna move on. It sounded more like Courtney to me.
A little bit.
Having to do a little affectation. Throughout the tech one?
He was, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No, he said two.
He's taking two.
Yeah, okay. Let's just do his lines, 2 lines, right? Or is it 3? And then just do something like deeper or gravelier or something. I just want to make sure there's a distinction.
Okay.
38. Action.
Actually, he was the one who told us to kill you if you couldn't deliver. Good to go. Try not to hit the pole this time.
One more time. It's time is what's just sounding like Courtney.
Okay. Do all 3 of them again?
No,
just
last,
that one.
just last.
Try not to hit the pole this time.
Yeah, I got it. Yep.
In other words, stay off the pole.
Stay off the pole. That's the true message.
In other words, stay off the pole. Yeah.
That's it.
Stripping has destroyed
Stay off the crack pipe.
Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, you don't tell me what to do. You're the boss of me. Jolie.
Let this.
He left the room.
I'll go get Scarlet.
What?
Raven.
Oh, so you're done with us, right? Are we
Yeah.
done today? If we're not in the next scene?
Yep, that's it.
You're the chaplain. I'm done for today. You're not done today.
Also was saying, at the end.
Does,
I think Scarlet, no, Scarlet.
Because I'm no longer ICU.
Is this where she comes along?
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, you are. You're so happy you can be here a little longer.
Speak right after you.
Right.
Gurgling.
Gurgling. My vomiting noises were great.
They were great.
Sure, they woke me up. I woke up to the sound and I was like, "Whoa, those are really good."
Yeah. Yeah. Been working on my trying to get that liquid. that
Yeah.
I guess I can sit my actual chair.
No, why? Why would you do that? Cool kids sit
It's
on
a
the
bummer.
floor.
I know. No,
Like we're in the 2000s.
come back in here. It's just completely different. It is every time. Surprise!
What has changed? Identify it. You have 5 seconds.
So many people in this room.
Courtney, Adam, Soccer, Rescue Nurse, Sim, Chaplain, Con.
It's all the people.
Donkey. I'm gonna say donkey.
Oh man.
Cliff just came in like so refreshed and happy, and I was like, I want whatever Cliff is on. I want it now.
I was telling Joe, I just saw a video, and it said, firemen in reverse just look evil. And it was these firemen just putting these kids in this, just like send them up the ladder. Dude, it was hysterical.
I can't believe I'm gonna lose my shit. Thank you.
You know what?
I thought you were gone.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Like the way you left, like made it seem like you were just gone.
All my stuff is right.
Oh, okay.
It literally sounds like the soundbite, you know, like the like wheezy laugh.
Oh yeah. He was like, "Can I go now?" And I was like, "Oh, he's
What?
gone."
Like no.
Like when you left, I was like, "Oh, he's gone." Lucky guy.
I mean, no, but like, nope.
Have you ever been here, Joe?
Are you here?
I don't think so.
You and I'll slide in on that like for chaplain. Well, we gotta argue with each other. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then,
You have to be Charlie Chaplin, and you're arguing, you're arguing.
No, you're
something.
Which sounds good when it's like mixed in with when he's talking.
Okay.
It
What's
just
this?
sounds better.
Okay, I got you.
I just listened to the Great Gatsby.
Get in there.
This thing's the next this little boy who dressing in a scribble shirt. Watch.
I haven't listened to it. Is it bad?
It's fine, but it doesn't sound like the 1920s. Isn't the whole thing like it's set in the 20s? Why doesn't it sound like the 20s?
Yeah.
What's
It's
that?
sometimes dead, so now content doesn't dictate form.
All right,
Okay.
let's check our levels here.
Don't
Last
ask
scene,
me.
guys.
I'm just an authority on what kind of music.
What is this?
I'm just gonna eat it. No one needs to know. I don't like your one at the ART either. I don't like that one either. It doesn't sound like it's just.
Okay, Joe, if you want to check your mic.
You're doing great, guys.
It is a mic. Yes, true.
Praise, praise.
Sim steps out of the elevator into the busy street and gets hit by a bus. The end.
Thanks, Joe.
The end. End of episode. Sim steps out of the elevator into the busy, sterile corridors of Baylor's Hospital's ICU.
Quite literally dropped the
Sim
mic.
steps out of the elevator into the busy sterile corridor of the Baylor Hospital's EQ. The faint smell of antiseptic.
Okay. I can hear all that stuff. All
Nothing but Cliff. All I hear.
Always.
Okay.
When I
Raven?
Cliff, I need to know what drugs you're on. I need to know why you're so happy and positive. Sure they are. Sure they are. I bet you could. That's what I want to test. I need to talk to Cliff.
Can I help you? Wrong accent.
The dispatcher is now at the hospital.
ma'am.
Yes, he's here with her, but now may not be a good time.
Wait, keep going.
They're removing the ventilator in a few minutes. It was in her living. Well.
You're playing ICU nurse, right?
And another one later.
Who's this who's? Is this yours, Joe?
What?
What's her
No,
face?
mine's over there. It's not open.
Raven, which one are you playing?
This one's yours?
Sims.
Oh, Sims is in this one? Oh,
Adam's in
thanks.
the
She is now.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
Sims? Who are you?
Oh my God, who are you?
Well, I got hit by a bus. So
I got hit by
guess
the
I
bus. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, that's right.
Cliff, you ready?
Yeah. Joe, would you put that as 30?
30. Yeah.
Yep.
And speed.
Action.
Scene 30. Sims steps out of the elevator into the busy, sterile corridors of Baylor Hospital's ICU. The faint smell of antiseptic fills the air, mingling with the muted sound of beeping monitors. Her high-heeled boots click briskly on the polished floor as she approaches the nurse's station. The ICU nurse behind the counter looks up from her monitor, offering a polite but tired smile.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Yes, I am looking for Sarah Adams's room. I believe Sam Courtney is with her.
Yes, he's with her, but now may not be a good time.
Why?
They're removing the ventilator in a few minutes.
What? Surely Sam didn't agree to that.
It was in her living will to cease all life support after 14 days.
This is day 14?
The ICU nurse gives a solemn nod.
I'm afraid so.
A cold wave of realization sweeps over Sims, her heartbeat quickening. She clenches her jaw and pivots sharply on her heel, rushing down the corridor.
I have to get in there.
Ma'am!
Her protest is lost as Sims barrels ahead, her eyes fixed on the door to Adam's room. She pushes it open with a soft whoosh, breathless but focused. Inside, she notices whiteboards adorned with the details about the contact case, including information and photos of Scarlett, though her identity remains unknown. Adams lies motionless in the hospital bed, her once vibrant body reduced to fragility. The steady rise and fall of her chest is mechanical, controlled by the ventilator's rhythmic hiss. Courtney sits nearby, on the edge of a chair, clutching Adams' limp hand. His gaze remains fixed on Adams as Little Girl Blue by Janis Joplin plays softly from a Bluetooth speaker on the nightstand. Sims moves quietly to Courtney's side, offering a supportive touch to his trembling back.
Can you, so the Little Girl Blue, that'd be good for radio, but I can't do that on the podcast. So, can you just say as soft music, or as music plays softly from a Bluetooth speaker? Instead of the exact song, just as music plays softly.
Got it.
Courtney sits nearby on the edge of a chair, clutching Adams' limp hand. His gaze remains fixed on Adams as music plays softly from a Bluetooth speaker on the nightstand. Sims moves quietly to Courtney's side, offering a supportive touch to his trembling back.
You know, she is so beautiful, even here. She outshines me effortlessly, even on my best days.
Courtney looks up at Sims, his eyes bloodshot.
What am I going to do, Heather?
What do you mean?
Courtney's grip tightens around Adams' hand, his eyes brimming with helplessness.
I'm about to watch the only woman I have ever loved die in front of me, and I am no closer to getting the son of a bitch who did it. I failed her.
That's not true, Sam.
I guess I thought that if I could catch the shooter somehow that would save her.
Well, get him, Sam. Don't worry. You know I'll be right there with you.
Suddenly, a tentative knock on the door interrupts their moment. Courtney flinches, his head snapping up as if yanked out of a trance. His pulse quickens.
Oh, shit.
The door creaks open, revealing a young chaplain in his early 20s, carrying a small leather-bound Bible. His face is gentle, though there's an awkward uncertainty in his eyes. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Rose. I'm one of the resident chaplains here at Baylor. He's 153 years old.
Wow, I can hear you. This is gonna come out here for Halloween. I'm gonna send my lightsaber.
There we go. The door creaks open, revealing a young chaplain in his early 20s, carrying a small leather-bound Bible. His face is gentle, though there's an awkward uncertainty in his eyes.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Rose, and I'm one of the resident chaplains here at Baylor.
Courtney turns sharply towards the young chaplain, eyes blazing with barely contained anger.
How is this a good morning?
The chaplain stumbles over his words, his hands fidgeting with the edges of the book.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
Just get the hell out of here.
The chaplain stands frozen, taken aback.
Just get the hell out of here.
I'm sorry, I'm just here to pray for you and Sarah.
I gotta get the other line.
Just get the hell out of here.
The chaplain stands frozen, taken aback by Courtney's raw anger.
I'm just here to pray for you and Sarah.
Courtney stands abruptly, his voice like a whip.
Who are you to pray for us? We've never met you before. Did you even have any life experiences? Have you ever had someone taken from you without even having a chance to do something about it? No. You are just here to give us your cookie-cutter prayer that you give every other damn soul in this place. Well, you can save it for the next guy because we don't want it.
The chaplain recoils, his face pale. He places a card gently on the side table, his voice barely above a whisper.
Sorry, wrong page. I'm sorry, I'll leave my card here if you ever need to talk.
He turns to leave, and Sims, sensing the palpable tension, steps forward, her tone soft.
He doesn't mean all that. He's just grieving. Thank you for coming.
The chaplain pauses, laying a gentle hand on Sim's shoulder.
Please continue to be here for him. He's gonna need you.
Sims gives a quiet nod, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment.
I will.
The chaplain smiles faintly, then slips out of the room, the door closing with a soft click. Sims turns back to Courtney, who sinks back into the chair, broken and exhausted. Sims slowly returns to his side, her hand resting once again on his back. The weight of the moment hangs heavy between them.
I can't believe that I just chewed out a preacher. That's the last thing she needs right now.
He understands. It's kind of his job to be understanding.
A faint chuckle escapes Courtney, a small fleeting bubble of relief in the sea of tension. It almost feels foreign, but for that brief moment, the heaviness lifts just a little.
You know, we can still pray for her.
You do that with me?
Of course.
I don't think I've prayed since I was a kid.
I hear it's like riding a bike. You can't forget how.
Okay.
They both move closer to the bed, standing side by side. Courtney takes Sarah's hand gently in his, the coolness of her skin causing his breath to hitch. Sims reach out and takes Adam's other hand, their fingers intertwined as they stand united in their quiet vigil. Courtney closes his eyes, the words tumbling out in a raw, unfiltered prayer.
Hey, God, it's me, Sam Courtney. I know I haven't talked to you in a while, and I know you're probably mad about that, but this is not about me. This is about Sarah, a woman who always puts others first, who never thinks of herself. Please take care of her up there. I know it's heaven and it's supposed to already be perfect, but when she gets up there, it's going to be that much brighter, as she has made my life bright every day since the day I met her.
As Courtney speaks, the door opens quietly and the doctor enters, followed by the ICU nurse. They pause at the sight of Courtney and Sims in prayer. The doctor raises his hand gently to stop the ICU nurse from approaching. Wait. We will wait. Wait for the doctor.
I built a mechanical robot body. We'll put her brain in.
The doctor raises his hand gently to stop the ICU nurse from approaching.
Wait.
The doctor watches silently, respecting the moment. Courtney's voice cracks as he continues, tears starting to flow.
I never deserved her love. Hell, I didn't even deserve her company. But she will be with you now. You be sure to tell her that Sam says hi, and that he will never, I never deserved her love. Hell, I didn't even deserve her company. But she'll be with you now. You be sure to tell her that Sam says hi, and that he will forever miss her. Amen.
He lets out a long, shaky breath, feeling a small measure of peace settle over him, though the grief still clings to his bones. The doctor steps forward, placing a compassionate hand on Courtney's shoulder.
Sam, it's time. I'm sorry.
Courtney doesn't look up at the doctor as he responds.
Can I just tell her goodbye, please?
Of course.
Courtney looks deep into Adams as he almost imagines her looking back at him, his hand trembling as it moves to gently brush a lock of Adams' hair from her forehead. His voice is thick with emotion as he chokes out the words.
Sarah, I will never stop loving you.
Courtney kisses Adams on the lips, his voice barely audible as he whispers in her ear.
We'll get him. I promise.
Overcome with emotion, Courtney steps back from the bed and joins Sims in the room. They embrace tightly, seeking solace in each other's presence. The ICU nurse moves toward the ventilator, her hand hovering for a moment before she looks to the doctor for confirmation. The room seems to hold its breath as he gives her a solemn nod.
Okay. Miriam?
The ICU nurse reaches for the machine, her fingers steady but reverent as she begins to turn it off. The ventilator's steady hum fades into silence, and with it, the fragile thread of life that had kept Adams tethered to this world. Adams' body jerks, her chest rising in a violent, instinctive gasp. She begins to choke, her body thrashing weakly as it fights for breath.
I can't let this. Don't let her suffer.
The sound of Adams choking fills the room, horribly raw, desperate. Courtney's face contorts in pain as he watches, helpless. His hands reach for Adams, but falter, unsure of how to comfort her.
It's like she's trying to.
The ICU nurse reacts swiftly, her hands a blur as she retrieves a suction tube. The doctor moves quickly, expertly maneuvering the tube into Sarah's throat. The sound of mucus being cleared fills the air, but Adam's breaths remain erratic, strained wheezes that claw at the thin veil between life and death.
Oxygen!
The ICU nurse rushes in to retrieve an oxygen mask, her face pale with a mixture of awe and terror. She activates the flow, the hiss of oxygen cutting through the tension in the room as the doctor places the mask over Adam's face. Courtney, frozen in place, stares at the scene unfolding in front of him.
What's going on?
It seems to say it's not Sarah's day to leave us.
Adam's breathing gradually improves, though still labored as it becomes rhythmic once more. The ICU nurse puts her hand over her mouth in amazement.
Oh my God.
Sim's phone suddenly buzzes, snapping her out of the stunned silence. She glances at the screen with intrigue. With a final, lingering look at Adams, she steps out into the hallway to take the call.
It seems her breathing is normalized and her autonomous breathing is resumed.
How is this possible?
Well, some things they can't be explained through medicine. We definitely have a fighter on our hands.
She's always been pretty stubborn.
Sims answers her phone outside of the hospital room.
This is Agent Sims.
Hey, it's Con. Robinson put me on the case to help you guys out a little bit.
Sims leans against the sterile white wall of the hospital hallway, her voice laced with emotional exhaustion.
Of course he did. I'm sure you just jumped at the chance.
This is more than petty rivalries now. Sam's going through hell right now. You know that.
Sims exhales, her shoulders slump as she drops her defensive tone.
So you found out something?
Yep, we got the name of the shooter.
Sims straightens, her pulse quickening, the stunning news giving her hope.
Are you serious? I could kiss those gaudy red lips of yours.
Thanks.
Sims paces in the hallway, her eyes darting toward the ICU door.
So what's his name?
The restaurant had CCTV, but it was wiped remotely somehow. Luckily, the valet was recording Sam at the restaurant and caught a man coming in behind them, and we were able
I don't care how you got it. I just need a name.
Right. His name is Andre DeVoe, French national, wanted by Interpol for human trafficking. He's tied to the mafia in Italy.
Sims' breath catches. She stops pacing, her eyes narrowing as she processes the information.
Okay.
Sims' breath catches. She stops pacing, her eyes narrowing as she processes the information.
Do you think the contact is Italian mafia?
Well, Interpol believes Mr. DeVoe fled Europe because he had a falling out with the mafia, and they apparently want him dead.
So he fled to America to escape Interpol and the mafia. Do you think he is operating with a rival family here?
Well, the mafia doesn't have a huge presence in Texas, and bank robbery is not really the mafia's forte anymore.
So he's probably doing some kind of work for hire.
That's what I'm thinking. A guy with a resume like that can't exactly get a job at the grocery store.
Do we have an address?
We didn't even know he was in the country.
Well, at least we have something. My fiance works for an international consulting firm. He may be able to dig up something.
Excellent. Hey, how's Adams doing?
I'm about to find out.
Sims hangs up the phone, her mind racing with newfound information. She approaches the door to Adam's room, but pauses for a moment, her hand resting on the door handle. The weight of the day lingers heavily on her, but something else, a spark of hope, propels her forward. Entering Adam's room, she finds the doctor still monitoring her breathing with a stethoscope, while Courtney holds her hand tightly. His red eyes locked on hers, as though willing her to wake. Sims instinctively covers her mouth in shock.
I can't believe it. Is she breathing on her own?
The doctor removes the The doctor removes the stethoscope. God damn it. Freaking word. 9 hours later. The doctor removes the stethoscope and turns to Sims with a gentle smile. There's something deeply calming in his eyes, as though he's witnessing something special.
I'm gonna keep a nurse nearby to monitor her, but she's breathing normal.
Courtney, still holding Adam's hand, as though she might slip away again. I'm going to do that again. Courtney, still holding Adam's hand as though she might slip away again, glances up at the doctor. His voice, though ragged, is filled with a fragile hope.
Will she regain consciousness?
We're on unprecedented ground here, so it's hard to tell. According to her brain scan, she's not brain dead, and after this comeback, I wouldn't rule anything out with her.
Courtney looks down at Adams, his eyes glistening with devotion.
No, you can't.
Okay, I'll leave you two together.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
The doctor gives a brief nod, but doesn't accept the gratitude. Instead, he glances back at Adams.
Don't thank me.
The ICU nurse lingers for a second longer, her gaze filled with awe, before following the doctor out. The door closes softly behind them, leaving Sims and Courtney alone with Adams.
Well, I have some more good news. I mean, it pales in comparison to this, but why not make a great day better?
Sims, standing by the door, lets out a slow breath as if Sims, standing by the door, lets out a slow breath as if exhaling from the day's weight. She steps closer, offering Courtney a small smile.
What is it?
We've ID'd the shooter.
Courtney sits up, his posture stiffening, and his eyes flash with a surge of energy. It's like the weight that had been pressing him down has lifted for a moment.
Finally, now we can get this bastard.
Not quite. We don't have an address or location yet, but his name is Andre DeVoe, and he has mafia connections.
Mafia's behind this?
No, he had a falling out with them, but I'm going to talk to Nick to see if he can find something out.
Sounds good. It sounds good. Look, be sure to let me know as soon as we have a location. I want to be there.
You'll be the first person I'll call.
Courtney glances at Sims, a flicker of gratitude in his tired eyes.
Thanks. Heather, I really appreciate all the work you put into this, especially since I've been mostly here. And I know Sarah will appreciate it too.
Well, at the rate she's going, she'll be able to take him down with us.
Courtney chuckles softly, a brief moment of levity in the midst of uncertainty.
Probably so.
He squeezes Adam's hand again. It somehow feels warmer, as if she is there. Sims watches them, her own heart filled with hope. For a moment, the room feels peaceful, as if time has slowed, and they are all suspended in the possibility of a future.
Did you have anything, Joe, need to fix?
Nope. That was great.
Got through all of it. All, 4,000 words or whatever.
You guys are machines. That's all.
Do you have any notes for the
That's all. I know. I'm out.
Okay. I did want to do 1 through 2 with just the actors.
Yeah.
The
Heart is such sweet sorrow.
Everybody was cool.
So, just one thing, Raven. That very last, I think that very last line you had, you kind of chuckled with him. That's you telling the joke, so you don't need to chuckle there. You'd be like laughing at your own joke.
I do that all the time.
Right, I'm gonna say.
Who else is gonna?
Right.
Yeah.
Did you feel it was more comfortable?
I thought it was more comfortable just because it's, it's such a serious moment.
Yeah, so
but
she's trying to
it is
relieve
like,
you.
hey, it's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
like kind of
She's trying to
relieving
make
the
a-
tension.
it's
But
a
I
release
could
of
not
her
if you
too.
don't want me to.
Let's try it with that. We had a
Okay.
good take last time.
Yeah.
But, end it like when you're like uplifting, right?
Yeah.
Still uplifting, right?
Yeah.
Like you're trying to share time up, But no, I can understand too. That makes sense. It was really good last time, so we had.
Are you okay?
Maddie, can you do a lower voice? And still, I'm hearing Luke as the chaplain.
Yes.
But the trick is going to be a different voice because it's got to be distinct and
Okay.
yet still sound young.
Cool.
I think the chaplain should have like a southern gay voice.
Here you go.
Hi, I'm the chaplain. I'm here to pray for y'all.
Hey, y'all. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm just gonna lay this over here.
Right. Oh my God.
That is so
Y'all, she is
horrible.
breathing on her own. I mean, can you believe it? It's a goddamn miracle. Praise the Lord. Lord Jesus. Look, I was like, bitch, you go on.
Yeah?
My name's Justin Timberlake. I can't remember his name. Chapman here, Baylor. Does that work?
Yeah? Yeah, that's
Go
better.
off, bitch.
Yeah.
You sound like you're gonna hunt an
I think. Yeah, still I can.
I would say maybe he needs to go higher.
Yeah, I'm still hearing that.
They're both like the same age.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think like.
but not over the top, not, but.
Still low,
Huh?
still lower.
No, you can go higher. We're gonna try it higher.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Because I don't want people to think, why is Luke in this room? Is it a scam? Is he pulling something? Is this? So we can't have, people think it's Luke. And so,
He's everywhere.
The chaplain runs out of the hospital, ripping his clothes, like, oh my God, y'all, she's still alive.
You gonna do the choking again?
You gotta be shitting me.
You gotta be
That's
shitting
pretty good.
me.
Okay,
Yeah.
you go.
That was excellent, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
It was very impactful. Like listening to it was impactful.
It really was. Very happy.
We're professionals.
That's right.
Honestly,
Yeah.
it's evident.
My favorite was Michaela.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know, something's changed within me, something's just not the same.
Interesting.
I'm tired of playing by the rules of other people's games.
Casting opportunity test.
And, do I need to, and are we trying to get together this coming Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
so we just need to contact, you can't, but can everyone else make it Tuesday?
I'll send an email out to everybody. So
Okay.
I
Okay, good.
can't Tuesday.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, I gotta
Will
look at
be
the check.
remote.
I was gonna ask this at some point anyway, but can we get some sort of like tentative
That's-
schedule, at least week-wise,
Yeah.
like what weeks we'll be doing it?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we can make
Yeah.
sure.
I had one already. It was just people were.
Just like the holidays and everything, I just wanna make sure we're all on the same
Yeah.
page.
I can put something together.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm right.
Hi.
And speed.
Action.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Yes, I'm looking for Sarah Adams's room. I believe Sam Courtney is with her.
Yes, he's with her, but now may not be a good time.
Why?
They're removing the ventilator in a few minutes.
What? Surely Sam didn't agree to that.
It was in her living will to cease all life support after 14 days.
This is day 14.
I'm afraid so.
I have to get in there.
Ma'am!
You know, she is so beautiful, even here. She outshines me effortlessly, even on my best days.
What am I gonna do, Heather?
What do you mean?
I am about to watch the only woman I have ever loved die in front of me, and I am no closer to getting the son of a bitch who did it. I failed her.
That's not true, Sam.
I guess I thought that if I could just catch the shooter somehow, that would save her.
Well, get him, Sam. Don't worry. You know I'll be right there with you.
Oh, shit.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Rose. I'm one of the resident chaplains here at Baylor.
How is this a good morning?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
Just get the hell out of here.
I'm just here to pray for you and Sarah.
Who are you to pray for us? We've never met you before. Do you even have any life experience? Have you ever had someone taken from you without even having a chance to do something about it? No. You are here to give us your cookie cutter prayer that you give every other damn soul in here. Well, you can save it for the next guy because we don't want it.
I'm sorry. I'll just leave my card here if you ever need to talk.
He doesn't mean all that. He's just grieving. Thank you for coming.
Please continue to be here for him. He's gonna need you.
I will.
I can't believe I just chewed out a preacher. That's the last thing she needs right now.
He understands. It's kind of his job to be understanding. You know, we can still pray for her.
You do that with me?
Of course.
You know, I don't think I've prayed since I was a kid.
I hear it's like riding a bike. You can't forget how.
Sure. Hey, God, it's me, Sam Courtney. I know that I haven't talked to you in a while, and you're probably pretty mad about that, but this is not about me. It's about Sarah, a woman who always puts others first, who never thinks of herself. Please, take care of her up there. I know it's heaven and it's supposed to already be perfect, but when she gets up there, it is only going to be that much brighter. As she has made my life bright every day since the day I met her. Wait. I never deserved her love. Hell, I didn't even deserve her company. But she's gonna be with you now. You be sure to tell her that Sam says hi, and he will forever miss her. Baby. Oh God.
Sam, it's Tom. I'm sorry.
Can I just tell her goodbye?
Of course.
Sarah, I will never stop loving you. And look at him. I promise.
Okay. Miriam?
I can't watch this. But please don't let her suffer.
She's not supposed to. It's like she's trying to breathe. Give me the suction. Oxygen.
What's going on?
It seems like today is not Sarah's day to leave us.
Oh my God.
It seems her breathing is normalized. Her autonomous breathing is resumed.
How is this possible?
Well, some things they just can't be explained through medicine. We definitely have a fighter on our hands here.
She has always been pretty stubborn.
This is Agent Sims.
Hey, it's Con. Robinson put me on the case to help you guys out a little bit.
Of course he did. I'm sure you jumped at the chance.
This is more than petty rivalries now. Sam's going through hell right now. You know that.
So you found out something?
Yep, we got the name of the shooter.
Can we go back to the line there? I just didn't like how it was written. This is more competitive rivalries now. Sam's going through hell. You know that. Not Sam's going through hell right now. It's like two nows back to back.
Yeah, no, I don't like it either. Okay. This is more than petty rivalries now. Sam's going through hell. You know that.
So you found out something?
Yep, we got the name of the shooter.
Are you serious? I could kiss those gaudy red lips of yours.
Thanks.
So, what's his name?
The restaurant had CCTV, but it was wiped remotely somehow. Luckily, the valet was recording Sam at the restaurant and caught a man coming in behind them, and we were able to—
I don't care how you got it, I just need a name.
Right. His name is Andre Deveau, French national, wanted by Interpol for human trafficking. He's tied to the mafia in Italy.
Do you think the contact is Italian mafia?
Well, Interpol believes Mr. Deveau fled Europe because he had a falling out with the mafia, and they apparently want him dead.
So he fled to America to escape Interpol and the mafia. Do you think he's operating with a rival family here?
Well, the mafia doesn't have a huge presence in Texas, and bank robbery is not really the mafia's forte anymore.
So he's probably doing some kind of work for hire.
That's what I'm thinking. A guy with a resume like that can't exactly get a job at the grocery store.
Do we have an address?
We didn't even know he was in the country.
Well, at least we have something. My fiancé works for an international consulting firm. He may be able to dig up something.
Excellent. Hey, how's Adams doing?
I'm about to find out. I can't believe it. Is she breathing on her own?
Well, I'm going to keep a nurse nearby to monitor her, but she's breathing normal.
Will she regain consciousness?
Well, we're on unprecedented ground here, Sam, so it's hard to tell. According to her brain scan, she's not brain dead, and after this comeback, wouldn't rule anything out with her.
No, no, you can't.
Okay. I'll leave you two together.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Don't thank me.
Well, I have some more good news. I mean, it pales in comparison to this, but why not make a great day better?
What is it?
We've ID'd the shooter.
Finally, now we can go get this bastard.
Not quite. We don't have an address or location yet, but his name is Andre DeVoe and he has mafia connections.
The mafia's behind this?
No, he had a falling out with them, but I'm going to talk to Nick to see if he can find something out.
That sounds good. Look, be sure to let me know as soon as we have a location, because I want to be there.
You'll be the first person I call.
Thanks, Heather. I really appreciate all the work you put in on this, especially since I've been mostly here. And I know that Sarah will appreciate it too.
Well, at the rate she's going, she'll be able to take him down with us.
Probably so.
Very good. Very, very good.
You have anything?
I don't.
Okay. Well, do you want to say bye to the...
Yes, I'll say
Great
goodbye to the people. Everyone wave to the people on Twitch or whatever source. This is Look of Innocence, lookofinnocence.com. Tune back in, we'll be doing another podcast.
Yep.